We are in Daz Studio. We're jumping off early. We're in Daz Studio and we are messing with this concept. I forgot that the name of it is Cyborg vs. Wizards is the name of that we're coming with. So they actually forgot. I'm going to tell a few people that we are live. Gotta remember how to do all of this stuff. Share the link. Gotta learn all of this stuff. Learn how to do all of this stuff. So it's not really terribly exciting. But we'll go on Daz Forum. There. We're gonna do it anyway. Early. Should be sending out like posts and stuff. I'm just the worst at this. I do admit I am the worst. What does live video mean? What is this? Uh-oh. No. That looked crazy. Get out of there. Sending message. That later. I should be doing this from the dynamic universe, not Drew Spence, but oh well. Boy, this new Facebook, this thing is so confusing. But all right, let's get to it. Right, we're on. Our cooking. Show up. All right, I think we're running. I think we're live. We're running. So the concept is Cyborg versus Wizards. Let me write that down in my notes. I don't forget the only thing, the thing I'm working on. So I got a wizard character. This is Aldo HD8. I tend to use Genesis 3 for all my personal work, even though Genesis 8 is the most current figure. We're going to look for something. I'm going to go a little, I don't know. Sometimes when I'm in a rush to do something or I'm moving at a fast speed, I don't do all my little due diligence that someone else would say, why aren't you? Why aren't you? So let's just first be lazy and look under wizard for wardrobes. And we have a bunch of capes that show up. That's a little too fresh. D-Force Wise Wizard. I don't know if I want to mess with D-Force today. This is kind of generic old D-Force. So let's play with something else. Let's try the word robe. Let's see what we got for robe. We have a monk's robe, which is kind of cool with the hood. So that'll give me something tight fitting. Do I want, wind blowing, on my character? Do I want like the robe to be blowing in the wind? Should it not? Those are all good questions that you have to sort of figure out what you're doing from the beginning. And I don't know if I really want robes to be flowing and blowing in the wind. He's got a cloak. All right, let's do it. We're going to dress him in the first thing we see, which is D-Force Wizard Lore outfit. Let's see what it comes with. All right, does that look cool? Do I like that? Looks kind of fresh. Right? I could rock with that. Comes with a cool scepter, so I'm gonna cheat already and just use the default that it comes with. Oh well. And then he's got a right hand grip, which will apply. Gives him a grip. I'm gonna lock out that hand because I'm sure I'm gonna probably pick some poses. So let's try to get this. That would be his right hand. So I'm gonna lock his right hand. so that when I put him in different poses, that grip probably needs a little bit of adjustment, but I'm not going to really nitpick that today. The robe looks pretty good. Let's put him in a pose. I don't know about the hoodie covering. I might have to get rid of the hoodie because you kind of want the face of the wizard to be seen, but we're just going to make a cool action scene first. We're going to play around with this a few different ways. You know, like one of them, I intend to do something like this, like a face off. So I kind of want something that you can see his face fully. So I'll probably take the hood off or switch the hood out and switch to something else. But let's just do the hardest thing first, which is going to be the action sequence. So what else does this come with? It's got shaders for his whatever. Let's take a look at what this looks like with the preview and see if I like the material. I don't know if we want to go too far. It's early still. I don't know if I want to stream all night and go through every little thing. But for now, let's just let's see what we got. So it's a gray. It's gray. I mean, that's kind of generic kind of material. What to do? Let's start. Let's start with something bolder. I know we're going in today, but let's see what we got. Make sure I got the right item. So that's his outer cloak. We're just gonna play with the surface of it. We got the cloak. What is in here? It's just a regular pattern so far. I don't see anything that'd be a problem. I think we're gonna go home. We're gonna go ahead and mess with this. Let's go into all my products with leather. I know I have a whole bunch of leather shaders. Worn rough leather irate. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Let's rock with this. Let's rock with this. See what we get. These are bump maps, adjustments. We don't really need to mess with that. But I kind of like these. This looks kind of cool. I like this one. Looks dirty. The wizard, should the wizard be dirty or super clean? These are all like those weird creative questions. Like the wizard is battling. Like, should he be dirty already? I think he's gonna be dirty already. I think we're gonna keep the wizard dirty. So I go into my surfaces. I'm gonna double tap it out and see what we get. See if I like this. Yeah. So rougher. He's battling. This is a good rough one. Do I want to rip up his clothing? Sure, maybe we will. Maybe I should pose it first, because sometimes when you do the rips, you don't know what it's gonna look like, and then sometimes I'm overdoing it. So maybe we should get him in a good action pose first and tinker with that. But this so far, I'm liking this. So far, so good. And since this is let's find a pose to put him in. We're gonna look for something. I might have to do some adjustments. Let's go back to the character himself. And this is gonna be risky because, like I said, I don't want to mess with D-Force. And I'm sure there's like wizard and staff poses. I'm sure I own a bunch of that stuff. But we don't really need to like stick to it literally. We're not in that much of a rush. We just want to find something. I don't know, like how should he use this? Should he use the staff like a spear? You know what I mean? Like we gotta think conceptually, like what should he be using this? Should it be defensive? Should he be holding it up in a defensive manner? Should he be aggressively pushing it forward? Or should he be holding his ground? Like he just has this, he just put the staff in the ground and the energy is protecting him and he's got like a shield and aura around him. Like all of this stuff is the beginning. And all of them work. All of these ideas work great. What is this? Oh, those are hand poses. I might even switch to one of those eventually, but whatever. So many options you get. I just have to, I don't have a clear picture in my head of exactly what I want. We're just gonna keep tinkering and experimenting and feeling what we got here until something grabs me. Action poses. Um, Action pose. You know what? We're gonna go with something generic. Action pose. Leaning forward, it looks like. Arms out. Let's try this. I hold down control click so it doesn't really move my character in case sometimes vendors make a pose and it moves the character. See, this is kind of gravy. He's rocking a little bit forward. You know what I mean? This is kind of it. Like that looks dynamic right there. Him rocking a little bit forward. Him rocking a little bit forward. This is close to something. This is close to something. Let's see what we got. We're close. We'll turn off the preview mode to make this go a little smoother. But we're close to something. I probably should have done this at the pelvis level. Being a little lazy. You don't care. Now, you probably need to get rid of some of this clothing. I can't see what's going on here. Get rid of his for him being naked. We ain't gonna put no underwear. Guys can handle that. Like really, really aggressively pinned forward. He's really getting it in. Right? You probably won't even see none of this in his back. But this is what we got. So his robe. So his robe is good. So this is, what is this part? The cloak. Let's see if the cloak has any adjustments in it. No. Smoothing, simulation, dust display, morphs, back to back 5. What we got? Pull back. Okay, so the wind is blowing back, right? This is him, the wizard, energy, wind blowing back. What is this? This is something. That blow back a little bit, right? This is all blowing back. We probably got to move back a lot because it's got to get out the way of everything else. You probably won't see it in the render, but sometimes it's good to just be that retentive, you know? I think this foot, you probably won't even see this foot, but we're going to bend it anyway. We're going to bend that foot anyway. You probably won't see it. But like I expect the view to be something like this, you know? He's here on the side of my screen. The other is going to be here, and you're going to see like energy and things going around him, and you guys know where this is going, but I just don't know what we're going to do, so we're just going to keep playing with it. This was the robe, right? Was this the robe? Yeah, that was his robe. Does the robe have anything? What do the morphs have? Hem right out. The left side is the part facing me. I'm so bad at this. I never understand what I'm looking at when I'm playing with it until I start playing with it. I can't remember. I never remember left and right. Pull hem out. It's probably a little crazy. Probably too much. Hem back out is okay. Don't need forearm adjustment. Bicep. Right, boy, this came with a lot of stuff. Oh, they got the thing for the belt. I don't know if that'll help us from having to do it. Left lace down. Neck and shoulders. Skirt full back out. There you go. Is there one for the length? Skirt expand. Wider. Skid mid back out. The sleeve. Do I want the sleeve doing something here? I mean, this is going to end up getting... No, you're not going to see that. This is probably a fix I should do to the cloak on the outside. But I don't know. Like, do I like this? Should it billow? Skirt full spread. That's a little bit like... I don't know. You know what I mean? Full left out. That's not bad. But I don't know if you want to see his legs. That might be a little crazy if you see legs and feet. I don't know if you want to see legs and feet. Front out. Yeah, that back some. Pull that back some. Let's not let the skirt fight the cloak. Seeing? What am I seeing if this is his feet? Dirt, debris. Do I want to show feet? Should feet be shown? Sometimes feet make things corny. And you see like the feet in the dirt. I don't know if I need that. Like, should this be enough? Ground here. All creative decisions that I'm just not sure about. Not yet. We'll have to come back. Let's play with that cloak some more then and try to find something for the sleeves. Where were the sleeves? The hood down. The hood is a good idea. Get the hood down. I think you need to see the face. I think you need to see the face. And I like that. What else you give us? That's the right side. I'm on the left. What do we need with the cape? Something here. Is this enough? You guys think this is enough? I think that might be enough. Let's see what we got. What we got? Oh, we got a way to chat at the same time. How about that? All right. I think this is close enough. I don't know if I'm gonna go in. Let's experiment what else we got. So this cloak on top, I think is popping enough. I think the robe needs something. And I think we have one material out here. I think we're happy with that. I don't think we need something. I'm gonna wish I had taken notes. But I have something called ripped. What is it called? Is it torn? I use this in the 4-6. Torn clothes, torn bar, torn clothes, rip torn rag. What was it called? Oh well. It is a shader. And it does ripped fabrics. Is it, what was it called? Dirt? It was called dirty, torn, ragged, and dirty. Is this it? Was this it? I don't see anything torn about this. Oh, there it is. So this was it. All right. Dirty and torn. I don't remember how this worked. I'm not going to take my time to read the notes on this either. Yep, I'm not going to read notes. Okay, this is holes. Shader sets. Shaders. Is this breaking up? Good. And then utilities, opacity, tiling. Oh, and it comes with some cool fabric choices too. Well, I don't think his shoot should be dirty. I mean, he's battling. What should we do? Let us save our work before we get a little crazy. This is week 7. 7. Last material. Just gonna save it. Save that. Let's go back before we start experimenting. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna get with this. I'm not sure what I'm doing. This is me. We're gonna wing it. I'm gonna stick to just the robe surface. We want to play around and experiment. What did I do? I don't remember this. I don't remember this. That was the opacity map. Didn't want that. The opacity map. Oops. Yeah, we didn't want that. Where is my shader set? Ragged factors. Oh, there it is. There it is, right there in front of me. We already have, I think, a leather we're happy with. Why, I don't remember how I did this last time. What was it that I picked? I don't remember how I did this. This is terrible. I'm not going to switch to post. Is this what I did? How did I do this? Transparent base right. Was this what I did? Base left. I don't remember. All right, let's go to our engine. See what we get. There we go. There we go. Base right, base left. All right, we got the raggedy part. So we got some rags in there. We could pull it out. Is that enough? Is that enough? All right, I think that's enough. This probably should be blowing now. Now we're back to playing again now that we cut some holes in it. M should be the left. Yeah. A lot more. And ripped it up. Spread. Not now that we ripped it. Ain't bad. Yeah, do I want something to happen in there? What other tools do we have? Do we have anything that can mess with this? Can we mess with this at all? Don't let me mess with this. I just that too much. That too much. Too much. Am I overdoing it? Are we overdoing it? I don't think that's overdoing it. But we're not really seeing the material as much as we want by selecting here. Go back to this arm. Okay. More dynamic pose. And want something more dramatic. Right? I think that's more dramatic. It's more. Should his arms be back? I just did that in my book. I don't know if I want to do that again. And if his hand goes up, it's like, why is his hand behind him? But that kind of might be it. Let's see if I put his hand up. The hand be up. Should I? Yep. Shoulder. Gotta tweak. Something like that. Will that look? Hand should be more dramatic. Or should hand be down? Hand be down. Cloak for so. Summoning. It's not. See what we got. What we got with the hands. Drawing in the meantime. We want. Look at what we got. Choices. Close. That's closer. Not bad. What kind position to the wizard's hand. It's got to go dramatic. Whatever it's going to be dramatic. All right, I'm feeling even lazier, and I'm not going to go look for it. Not going to go looking with myself, like looking anywhere. Go with any power pose. I want something kind of dramatic. It's got to be over the top. It's like almost like a comic. Something like who would put their hands like this? You know what I mean? Rotation is side to side needs side needs. Is that enough? I don't like that. Like that. Something too far back sounds like you're acquiescing. It should be stronger than that. Giving up. A bit more action packed. You know, like I said, I rarely use G8 characters for most of my stuff, so I don't even know what I own when it comes to these characters. You have to just look. Oh, you want to open it? You shouldn't be able to see this though. Shouldn't really see that. What do I own? Ain't bad. Let's just look. Chilling Howl, angry. Yeah, angry. Just when you combine them to get extremes. I don't know if I like that shoulder being that far back. I like the energy. No, if the staff should be. Is he defensive with it? Is it offensive? You know? Really can't tell what he's doing with the staff. But if it's gonna be a weapon, probably gotta go forward. Probably gotta be the kind of thing that goes forward. Point. Shoulder. Should he be doing with it? Defensive. Aggressive. Aggressive. That too aggressive. That too aggressive. That'd be too aggressive. Aged. I want that. Sometimes you just get stuck on these little tiny decisions that you just can't decide on what you want. Lock the hand out. This, this staff higher up. Raising it. Maybe should be raising it. Going about this the wrong way. Should be raising it. Could be going about this the wrong way. Should be raising it. much things I've seen already. Oh, I could spend all day. Next, we gotta move on. I do this, then this is this. This is that could work in my favor. This should be something different. This changes if he's doing that. This changes. Mm. Two-handed. Two-handed above the head. Two-handed. Let's look at spears. You need. I'm not gonna go to a reference photo. Let's look at spears. What do spears do? Probably over the top. This is two-handed. Two-handed ain't bad. Which hands? Which hands gives me a defensive stance. That's fresh with the spear behind it, behind his back. That is super fresh. This is super fresh. Spear stance. This is kind of fresh. This is probably going to break the figure in all kinds of ways. Let's go back. Experiment. Want to lock the again. Lock. Right hand. This is a defensive one. Defensive one. Oh boy, it's so hard. Now it's hard to choose. Once we change the concept of what he's doing with the staff, this could look good with the rags. Let's see what we get. Worst comes to worst, we don't like it. This is kind of crazy. It's extreme. Okay. Kind of extreme. Hand out. A little bit of a twist. I think we onto something. Let's go back. I think we just tapped into something. There we go. This is his left hand. Oh, we got something cooking. Oh, I'm feeling the cooking. Oh, we are beginning to cook. Right hand. Why not? Let's see what we get. Lock the hand. Lock everything. That failed somewhere in the mix. This ain't bad at all. Let's go back to, what was that? Staff. It was actually wizard. Go back to our wizard. Get that right hand back to gripping the staff. This is kind of sick. Put the robe back. Yeah, this is fresh. Fresh. I don't think we're even gonna get down to the feet. This is kind of fresh. I think we gotta get this shoulder to project forward. Pardon me for a second. This to project forward. Got the cloak doing way too much, but that's perfect. Probably needs to adjust. How do we adjust? That's fine. The robe, that looks great. Robe needs adjustment. Didn't need skirt. Skirt. Where's up? The back. It's gonna be the back somewhere. Hit back? No. Not our engine. What it looks like. It's gonna take a lot of post if I don't want to fix all that poke through. I don't know if I want to fix all that poke through or just do it in post. Like, do I really feel like fixing all of that? Probably these boots too. Main shoes. Main pants. Some kind of pants probably. You can't let that bare leg be hanging out. But this is damn close. And I was close with the wrist before last time. I was close. I'm gonna have to cheat perspective wise. Just bend the wrist in a way that looks like it's doing something even though it's not. But this is close. And the head has to turn. We're about to cheat perspective wise. Do a bunch of cheating. What do we have to fix? We gotta fix a bunch of stuff. I want to do it in post because I don't really feel like playing with this anymore. I want to move on. But you gotta fix things sometimes. You know, the vendors went through all their hard work to set these items up. Forearm left, or on the left side of his body. You know, they put all that work in it, and everyone complains that they don't have enough morphs, or they don't have this, or they don't have that. And then the vendor does it, and you don't even use it. Crazy. What needed adjustment? That needed adjustment. What else we got? This weird thing. What is that? That looks like it's the robe underneath. I'm working on the wrong thing. The robe is what needed adjustments. All right, so what happened to his robe? It is the left. I don't think we're gonna get that. That leg is so close. We might have to cheat. This is left side. And full spread. It's the back. Yeah, let it do that. Forearm, forearm, forearm. Expand ain't gonna save us. That'll save us on the inside, but it's not gonna save this leg. This leg is shooting right out through the side. Skirt expand ain't gonna help us. Busting the leg through it. We might have to cheat. If I cheat. That too. Sleeve, sleeve. I think we gotta get him some pants. I think we gotta cheat and get him some pants. And who's got pants? I think we're just gonna look for pants. I'm not really gonna. We're just gonna go to files. I'm gonna search wardrobe, filter by my Genesis 8 character, which means I select them. And I'm gonna type in the word pants. And I'm not gonna spend my time looking for something. We just need a. Oh, these are kind of cool. Alliance defense pants. We're not gonna be ultra lazy. Blacksmith pants. Blacksmith pants. What blacksmith pants look like? What we get? Yeah, that would be them. We'll do one more, a little bit of a search. Those are cool. Iron Fire, I like some kind of like. We got Paladin, Solitude pants. These are kind of crazy. I don't think the pants are gonna make a difference. I don't want to start obsessing on all these little details that don't really matter. He ain't gonna be wearing raggedy pants. I know that. These are Wise Breeches. These are not. Those pants are fine. What I'll do is maybe change the material. And I should. I wonder if I could cheat. Let's take a look at what the engine does before we get crazy. Let's see what the engine does to our piece so far. Yeah, you know what? This is getting lost in the sauce. I think I'm comfortable with that being being something that gets lost in the sauce. I think I'm happy with that. I'm liking this. I probably got to cheat this out a little bit. We got to start picking the camera angle too. As I say sometimes in the class, it's a relationship between your camera frame, the pose, and the lighting. And right now we're not even really doing that. we're just randomly posing and we're just spending no attention on what the frame I'm going to use is. Am I going to show the feet? Am I not? Should this wrist get turned a little bit more so you can see the fingers better? I don't know. Should the head turn a little bit towards us? What should I do? Do you want to see the hand gripping this? These are all good questions. As just a fantasy lover, that anyone is going to know that he's holding a staff. But just because, it's this universe, do I need to put this hand out a little bit more so you can see the hand holding the staff? Like, do you need that? Or is this enough? These are all tiny things. Should I elongate the staff so you can see the staff coming over here, make the staff look crazily long? Should I cheat and double it and rotate it so that you can see some of the poke through of the stick coming out? Or will you assume it's the size of a torch if you don't see the whole hand? So it's time to start making some choices, and I'm going to show the aspect frame. So I'm gonna have to pick one now. We gotta start getting a little bit more. We're moving along here, so I'm gonna pick one, and now I'm beginning to see the shape of what my picture might look like. And I gotta start making some decisions on what I'm gonna roll with. Like, is this what I do? Is that it? Where I get the foot to sort of, you know, land on the frame? I don't know. Is that what I want? How does that look as an illustration? Should this bend more? Should this turn more in? You know, these are all good questions that you sort of got to make decisions once you start working on the actual frame itself. You know, what do we want? What's gonna look best? Is this actually probably too far away? This that? I don't know. My camera angle might work. We're gonna create a new camera though. I'll call this render guest because I don't know. Make a perspective. We're just playing, shooting in the dark. We don't know. I'm gonna hide my camera on the set and stay in perspective mode. Now let's do the second part. This is Cyborg versus Wizard. So now we need his partner character. Pretty happy. So save our work. We need the next guy to go with him, which is the Cyborg. And we're going to actually type in Cyborg, even though there's Android, robot, machine. There's 1,000 figures that fit this description. This is really old. This is relatively new, maybe too fresh looking. These are shaders. You should probably install those. Cyborg. Do I want like a regular cyborg? This is old school. Old school? That is very original Terminator-ish. Let's look up robot. Normally I would just go with figures and slide down. Let's go with Android. That's too fresh. Cyborg, robot, Android. Normally what I would do is just go through my figure library, or I would have things that I've selected already and I have my little notes for what I like, or I would have, most likely recently picked up something. But I could also go to the store itself and type in Cyborg, Android, robot, and see what shows up, and then see what I own out of that collection, out of those results. I kind of know, the fake posting was asking me for a fake Terminator type robot that we're basing this mock assignment on. Was talking about a cyborg, so I could easily just grab any sort of Terminator inspired cyborg and use it, which I think is what we're gonna do. We're not gonna go too crazy. I think we're gonna keep this simple. I don't want to spend forever picking out my assets. So let's just go back to cyborg. And do I want to use something very old in the store? This is too fresh looking. Let's take a look at him anyway. I don't want to go too fresh. And then sometimes you're taking something that would have been, you know, in a major item that you would have used. Like these, I know I'm never going to use these. Whatever these are, that's a female cyborg. I don't think we want a female cyborg. We have a male cyborg. And it's, what does it say? Try to look this up in the store before I start using stuff. Cyborg Model 4. Let me look that up in the store before I get caught up doing something. I don't know what I'm playing with. Store. Let's see what this is. All right, so we have Cyborg Model 4. All right, so this is what we got. This guy is, oh shoot, you know what? I did use this. I used this in season 4 of 4-6. I believe this is the cyborg underneath the human. So I did use this model before, and I put this guy underneath one of my characters and then broke apart the characters so you could see the exposed skin show that underneath the outer body was a cyborg. I shouldn't have said that. I just blew up my whole script. But just let you know that I did actually use this before, just recently. So yeah, this face is crazy. This is it right here. This face is, I don't care about the body part, but this face is it. And it's not based on any character. It doesn't look like it's based on a character. I don't remember battling this with poses, but we might have to just freak the funk and see what it does. Doesn't say anything about what it's based on. Oh, V4 and M4. So it's going to take V4 poses. V4 is an old version of a Daz figure. I should say earlier figure. There is a new generation 8. I didn't buy those. I'll probably get those next time they go on sale. But yeah, Cyborg Model 4 is this. That it looks like a female. I think that's it. I think that's all we're going to get. We're not going to experiment with the newest ones that just came out. We'll stick to the old school. And then at some point, I should probably design a ground and terrain to put them on at some point. So let's find a terrain. I'm only gonna need a side shot because I know I'm not doing like a comic book off of this. So we just need some kind of ground, and we're gonna be generic and type in the word ground. I should probably also look for plane. We want it as a prop so that I can just grab it by itself. But we probably want something like a plane, PLAIN. We could look for floors. Any of that stuff is usually going to be useful. But we just want something that's, slightly scarred, little bit of landscape, but not a whole lot. So we're just going to grab something that's a rocky mountain. This is a patch. Mm, water, cement. I don't think we want anything that says it's a modern environment. Um, tiles. This just says ground, but we definitely want it like a scorched earth ground. What is this? This is like some grass. I don't know if I like that. This is ground in autumn. This is a rocky plain. We need something. Potting soil. Jungle terrain. I don't think we want to be fighting on it. I mean, it says fantasy times, maybe. The merging of two worlds. Base plate. What is this? I don't know. It's got water in it. Stones, rubble. That's not bad. Geoland is still rubble and sound. Geotile. I want to start cheating and having to add and build things that aren't there. What is this? AW ground. Let's just try this. What do we got? All right. So this is super generic. And I'd have to put the rocks in myself. Do I want to put rocks in myself? Backwoods shooting range, rock self. Backwoods shooting range. A cannon. Canyon? Want a canyon? Where is this all happening? A sand base? All right, let's go with a sand base. I don't know. Let's go with. That's not bad though. I probably should have kept it and just sand base. Apparently, the sand is up in sand. My wizard fighting on sand. I don't think so. I don't think that's it either. Rubble, a destroyed city. Dominator crater, not a crater. Dominator terrain. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is it. This is it. There you go. Dominator terrain. Let's see what the engine does. Let's move it into place first and then see what the engine does. See what my preview does. There you go. That's close enough. See how this looks. Does this need it shaders? What is this? Okay. It's winter. It's winter wherever this is. Dominator terrain. Let's find out. I go to the file location to find out what this is. It's called Dominator. Dominator is what this is called. Oh, let's go see what it is. Dominator planet. Dominator. That's this. What materials he's got? He's got some choices for us. Irate and landscape. Let's go with Irate will be the MDL. So where is that? Why do I not see that? All right, Dominator Crater. Is that what this is? No. Terrain 1 and Terrain 2. See what we get. What's the difference? Snowy. I don't know if I like the snowy. There we go. All right, apparently that was the difference. So this isn't bad. We have a little rocky terrain where it's all going to go down. I can live with this. Get rid of that. Save it as O2. Now we're moving forward. I might need to come back there. Let's go get our cyborg back. Now look at that robot. All right, an actor means that it's not based on another character. When it says figure or it says something for someone else, that someone else that it names means that it needs that figure. Are we going to keep any of this? I don't know. I think we will. Get them in here. What do we got? Got our robot. Cyborg. All right, let's do it for real. They're going to square up. First, we got to unclick our terrain. It doesn't keep getting selected. Our cyborg. If it's V4, I don't know what poses it'll take. I don't remember. But let's just go under. I don't even know what I own for old V4. So let's just look up poses. Shouldn't have done that. Let's look up poses and make sure we're selecting it for the cyborg and see what Daz tells me is compatible with the cyborg, because at this point we are freestyling. We got a bunch of poses. Oh wow. They already gave you the ubiquitous gun one. And here's the crazy rifle one. What else we got? Yeah, apparently something comes with some poses, so that makes our job a little easier. I don't know. Let's see. What pose should he be in? Something aggressive. This looks like an aggressive one. Let's just try this. And I hold down the control when I double click so that he ends up in a pose. And let's see what he does. Yeah, this is about as aggressive as he needs to be, right? He's squaring off with the wizard. Lower him down into the sand. What's going on with the dirt? All right, but he's not directly in front of the wizard. So we got to move him over. I'm not going to rotate the wizard. I'll rotate my cyborg. I got him squaring off with the wizard. So now movie poster wise, oh, they're on a hill. Damn it. All right, so that explains the problem with disparity in height. Not actually bigger. I'm not going to use any cheats. I'm not going to cheat either. We're going to actually just move them. We have a little mound here on the hill. In the background, I want clear skies though, because we're going to put stuff in the background. So we want this to be, what's the better looking background? I want clear skies. So I want something like this to be where they are. Like they're here. I can tilt the ground to there. So they need to move. You need to be moved. That's why I said it's a combination of everything that decides where what goes. And now my camera is changing my entire set. I could be rotating the ground. I could be moving the terrain around. But if I was making a comic book, this is how like this kind of scene inspires me. So I would freeze the book here and know that this was going to be a scene in my book. and this would be crazy. You know, this is a great looking scene, and I would know that the framing looks hot, and I would end up going with something like this. But you know, we're here today doing this for these reasons, so we're not gonna go too crazy. And I'll probably make a square picture too. I usually don't do square images, but I think we'll do square today. I want him to be somewhat menacing. I don't think we want feet. I think we want something closer. Something like this. Something like this. And if we're gonna go with, we gotta do some thinking. In the meantime, let's get our wizard up. Get you up in here. Translate, but get him close. The dirt up in his face, wizard. We ain't afraid. Go get him. Go get him. Got here. Got here. Wizard. I'm gonna cut. Cut like here. Right? Cut like here. Kept cheating after all. Because the only thing that matters is the frame. Doesn't. There we go. More impressive. Cheat. Towards the camera. Increase your prominence. There is look at me, but we're not gonna even switch to that. That. Think we'll do the same thing with the hand. The hand. The rotate it out so the hand becomes. I think when we get to the sky and this space in the sky is clean, I think things like the fingers and hands will take on more power. Just rotate that for now. Rotate. Don't twist. Twist, I guess. Want this thumb. Only twisting it so I can get access to the thumb joint, not like moving the camera. No. Back. Back we get the other finger being shown, which is much more menacing. That's menacing. That's menacing. Even if it's impossible, but I think that's kind of menacing. This hand needs to do something. Go forward and then be carrying like a gun or something. I'm liking this one, so we're gonna create a new camera here too. We're just gonna call this camera A. Go with the camera A. We've got a good little grudge match happening between these two. Play with the camera later and worry about the actual exact angle. And what else we got? So we're getting there. Let's go with a gun. I think I don't even know if these come with a gun. I'm sure he probably does. Whoever invented this character, I'm sure gave them a giant gun. Let's go back to our cyborg. I wonder if I could search through guns and find the gun prop. Make sure we're picking cyborg and see what Daz does. They're a cheat. I want like a super cannon. I think we want a super cannon. Let's do the opposite. Let's just do something real fantasy. And let's just go with gun first. We'll let Oops. V4 gun. But we need something crazy. The Cyborg would have something crazy. But the Cyborg would have, let's turn off the filter. Oh, Cyborg weapon collection. So it's probably for a different generation, but we like guns. So we want something. These are too small though. This isn't visually, actually this is, what is this? A laser rifle. Uh, Cyborg laser rifle. I don't think so. That's close. But I just picture something different. I picture something big and heavy that a human wouldn't normally carry. It's got to be big. It's got to be a giant ass gun, almost like a cannon. I should be looking for a cannon instead. We going cheat. This looks crazy. Oh my goodness, look at the size of this thing. Yeah, I think we can go with something. I don't even know what this is, but it looks so big and crazy. It's got an ammo box. Maybe we'll give it an ammo box and I'll just do something. This is probably not going to fit on this character. So the gun would have to be in this hand, which is his left hand. So this is female left hand. So we have to make some adjustments. Should probably actually figure out even how to hold this. I don't even know how to hold this. I don't even know what this does, but whatever. It did it close enough. I don't even know what this weapon does. I guess you hold it that way. That looks crazy. But you know what? It's a fantasy render. Somehow this is the trigger guard. I don't even know what this is. But at some point, who cares? Just, I don't know. Put it in their hand. Put it in their hand. Whoever created this sort of knew what they were doing. I don't know what this is. How are you supposed to hold it? I was gripping it down below. Do I grip it down below? I should look this up. Frag Gatling gun. Let's look this up and see what this prop is. What is this called? Just called Night Shift 3D. That is called weapons. That's it. Weapons. All right, let's look it up. Maybe he's got a model carrying it. It's got 3 and whatever. Let's look up Night Shift. That is the vendor. We go to Night Shift 3D. We show items that I own. What we're looking at, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this, and we're looking for this product called weapons. This is it. The Gatling gun. How do they use it? Oh, it's upside down. All right, that looks crazy. So it actually is upside down. You grip it, reverse grip, some kind of. Okay. The gun goes beneath the arm. That's crazy. Okay. We actually are there. Is that right? Where's his thumb? The thumb is on the top part of the guard. So this is actually right. The thumb is just up there. So this gun should be down and more in the hand. So actually, I did have it right. So the Gatling gun. Use the translate tools. Let's try to figure out where this goes. This goes like right about like there. Just need to fool the camera. That goes right about there. Right? That looks like that's right about it. And twist up and down. It's got to be a little convincing in case someone zooms in. Just looks semi-convincing. They both gonna move? Yes. So this is parented already. Gatling gun needs to rotate a little bit. Rotation tool. I want to rotate a little bit away from. I could be using keyboard shortcuts, but I like to do things with one hand. So just bear with me. Get it just to move a little bit away so there's a bit of room. Just enough plausible room that it looks like it could have happened. I don't know if we're gonna cheat with some kind of crazy. I think we need more. So, okay, let's see what we got. We got a squaring off of the wizard. Cyborg versus wizard. Cyborg versus wizards. Just kind of it. Gonna need more room for sky and the logo. So to get more room, we back it out to about here. But if this was a poster, I think I'd want to see them. Like, how do I fit my logo in here? Or do I make the logo eat up all of this and let them be on top of the logo? Maybe Battle Wars goes back here. If you didn't know, we're talking about this logo, what we're going to add. We're fantasizing that we were given this assignment to create this piece of art for something called Battle Wars. So we're going to play with the idea of getting this logo integrated into this shot. So Battle Wars could eat up this whole area. And if we're going to do that and they're going to overlap, as I always say, we render larger than we need. So from a technical standpoint, I'm going to probably, I guess we're going to have to just stick to do what I actually, quote unquote, do and render everything separately and then make the poster myself when I figure out what I want. Because right now I don't know. And I'm going to keep my options. So I would render out like this far. So I have as many choices as possible and render them separately and do it and add them in piece by piece. But we could stop here, but we're going to give each one a little bit more attention. If I'm going to give, let's save my work again. It'll be 03. If I'm going to give the Cyborg some attention, the wizard's going to get it when I light up the lamp and put all sorts of special effects and weirdness going on. So if we're going to do that, this work? What we got? Yes. Maybe the head has to tilt up a bit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like that. All right. If we're going to do something like that, I'll probably put the red eye in there myself or something. But like this is kind of crazy. Like this is probably the shot with Battle Wars behind this. This is arguably going to be the shot. And the Gatling needs to be maybe a little bit less menacing. Less menacing. Just a little bit less menacing. Yeah, but I think this is the shot. Like, I think this is what we got. Go up the body joint, his left shoulder. I think I want bend. I want bend, exaggeration. I want this to come on out. Fill that gap. Now we know there's more staff here. I've solved the staff thing. We don't see a torch. We're going to get the energy and power in here. We've got the cyborg here. He's not going to be shooting, but I don't want to overdo the cyborg, but sometimes you don't want to also just take shortcuts because I'm doing a demo, I'm going to like slack. So let's just, if some of this is, we're not going to slack. Let's look at what we have in our library. What is that? How you spell knapsack? Maybe it's under accessories. A knapsack is usually an accessory. 2 P's, 1 P. Is it a knapsack? KNAP. Is it a knapsack? I'm in the wrong place. It should be here. Whoops. Knapsack, the accessory. All files. Knapsack. Backpack. Not give me anything. Something. Give me something. What is that? is this? Baylet scabbard load on back. Okay. What is this? An axe that goes on the back. A cutlass on the back. So this looks like some kind of holster. We're going to make a mental note. And then this is some kind of backpack. Well, this is what we want. I don't know what this is. I don't know where it's from. I'm not even going to take the time to go look for it either. It's just called some kind of backpack. I'm not even going to look for it. I'm not even going to figure out what that is. Nope. We're just going to use it and keep it moving. Let's bring it into the scene. AGS backpack. Let's see what this is. Okay, this looks kind of crazy. I like this camera angle. Let's create in case I didn't make one before. We're gonna remember that camera angle because I don't want to be over this again in the future. All right, so we got this weird backpack thing. Let's see what it do. Which way looks better? This is gonna look better. Throw it on the back of our robot. Throw it on his back. See how much cheating we need to do. This what looks best. Should it have a thing? 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 Thing. But it does, but it look crazy. We don't know what this is, but it looked crazy on his back. Hell yeah. I don't know what that do. And luckily, we just did those cyborg shaders. We're going to go to the backpack. Let's look at what surfaces they gave us. They gave us all kinds of surfaces to play with. Look at this. Capsules, generators, metal, reactor. All right. What the dilemma is that we don't want the whatever that color is, that bronze color, to leak into our stuff. We don't want that. So we're gonna go with the cyborg shaders. And we're just gonna make sure it's I could put metal, I could do this with almost anything. Like it's not needed that I actually get cyborg shaders, but a vendor made them in the store. We're gonna use the simplest, most clear cut. But I have 8 billion metal shaders and we don't need them. So a rusty galvanized steel kind of matches this. Normally what I do is I go in and I check each individual surface. And how I check a surface is, let's say this is backpack metal. What I'll do is I'll zoom in on the item itself and I will go into the opacity and I'll turn it off. And I will see that that's what I'm coloring. You see that? So that's like that back plate metal is this surface, those little holes. And I might say that I want to put a shader in there instead because that part, those little area look cool. So maybe I'll go from the cyborg shaders to an emissive. And I'll swap that out and I'll grab the first emissive I find. And red is everyone's favorite, purplish red. Let's go with a purplish red. And then I'll just change that to a purplish red and we get this little glowing thing in the back. And if I'm unsure, I could always go to turn on the preview, the iRay preview, and see that, if what we're doing is overdoing it, is it going to show up? Should I change the settings? We did this before when we're doing the surface and some of the lighting stuff. We did all of this already. We played with all of these and just to see what we get and take a look at it. And from a side view, it doesn't really make much of a difference, so that's okay. I can leave that alone. I'm not mad at that, those little lights being in there. But I would just go in and check every individual surface and change them one at a time to make sure that, this is sort of going to team up and I don't get anything that looks too crazy. But I usually go with the opacity first and I see what part I'm coloring. Like sometimes, if you look at this one, This is the outside ring of all of those. And sometimes that will look better having an emissive quality than the inside. Like we're going to get little round rings of light. So I'm going to say that's okay for this today. And we're going to make that like a little, just find a light here. I don't know. Whatever this is, some kind of golden orange light. We're going to get that sort of effect. That might be too much, but you see how we could start changing the lights and just adding some flavor to it. I'm going to leave these alone for now. Nobody cares. Let's go back to our cyborg lighting. Let's go back to that, the cyborg shaders, and let's just put galvanized steel everywhere. This has like a sort of steampunk look to it, and we don't want steampunk going on. We just want it to look as crusty and dirty as the rest of this. So we actually do have rusted metal shaders, but I don't think we're going to go that far. Here's a metal too. We could tell that the color is this bronzy color. We don't want that. We're going to go with another dark one. This is a backpack metal. This is another darker shader. We're just going to go a little bit of cobalt, switch it up. This says it's a red. But you guys understand where we're going with this. So that's the cyborg shaders. So I went with just straight metal. I've got a ton of rusted metal shaders, aged metal. Here's a pretty simple aged metal. Here's one that has some scratches that I lean on. This, oh no, okay, this is another weirdo one. Old metal. I don't think we want old metal. I don't think we want old metal. Antique, rusty metal. I don't think he's rusty. Metalworks. These could be, sometimes it could be tough to figure out what you want because they all look kind of good, but it tells a story. If it's too crusty and rusty, it's like, all right, so he's got rusted equipment versus this wizard. Like, is that what you guys are rolling with? But we want like something dull. We don't really want anything. And I could go into that specular and all of that and play with the surface settings, but we're just gonna kind of try to keep it simple. This is not bad. There is a scratch steel. Is he made out of steel? What's my cyborg made out of? You don't want to go too iron high tech. Let's go with an iron. Let's put an iron in here. Not bad. We got to get rid of some of these. What is this? The dark stuff on top. Got to get rid of this kind of stuff. The S box, whatever that is. And there's a scratched iron. I like scratched iron. Let's get some of those in there. Another scratched iron. He's got a generator. Let's see what the generator is before I get rid of it. Don't want to overdo it. So that's the internal part there. That's super dark. I don't like that at all. So let's go with a scratch steel and get that to brighten up. And then, I also could use the surface. I should show you guys that. Also, there's a surface selection tool. So if I didn't want to go by that, I could go by this and then pick my surfaces one at a time. I forgot to show you that. And I could go in and pick the surface. So you don't always have to go by the list and figure that out. I could always just click on things in the scene and go with that. Um, just switching it up. Sometimes I don't want to keep using the same one. So this now looks like a complicated piece of machinery that's got a lot of parts on it. The only thing is that I don't know if it's going to look like it's a separate technology if it gets too much color and detail. Like it needs to look like it belongs to him and it's kind of rough. Like it kind of, I could believe that this is his equipment and it's not like this is probably too shiny, whatever this one is. What is that? That box is a little too shiny. It's giving me some like I don't know, scratch steel old. Let's get some scratch steel old in it. You don't want it, you don't want that shining. That could be the camera angle and it could render different. Not exactly sure what we're gonna get. Oh, that's too scratched. Oh no, that look crazy. Don't want that. That's too scratched. Which ones did we have before? Hell worn is too much. Let's go with straight iron. Is iron gonna be good? It could be the angle that's giving me that, like, the sun could be here, and that's why, like, from certain angles, it's not so bright. It could be catching the sun, which means I might make it, but I kind of like this. All right, so also I could add cables and wires, which I'm going to do. I want some cables here. I could add it in post, but I think we're going to be lazy and just do it now and just find any set of cables or wires. I shouldn't even say be lazy because I'm not even sure which one is lazier, to just throw some cables and wires on his backpack or to spend my time in Photoshop drawing these expert cables and wires. Like, I'm not really sure which is actually, I say that sometimes and I don't really mean that. But it's just kind of like, what I mean is, do I push it off for a future version of myself, or do I go do it now? And sometimes when I say lazy is I'm gonna let the Photoshop guy do it. Bob wire. I could cheat with bob wire. I've done that before, where you take bob wire and sink it in something. Let's talk about everyday cables. This is a recent item, I think, that a vendor made, everyday cables. Let's check in. What do I have here? I'm learning all of this as we go along. Don't need that. The cyborg. I did the explosion already. Have my YouTube channel. We have a video processing. We don't need that. What we want to see is our Twitch dashboard. Bam. All right. Pretty fresh. All right, so let's play with some cables and wires. This is installing. There are ways to just find a cable through a search of props. Let's turn this off because once we start tinkering, we go to cable. And we got a bunch of cables and wires. And usually I grab them and I'll just sink a set in, make it just look convincing. But a lot of times you got to spend your time posing them. I know I have somewhere, there's a folder of cables, but let's experiment and see what we get today. This says printer cables, router cable, which sounds more exciting. I think the printer cable sounds more exciting. So we're gonna cheat because I don't want to go looking for where that cable is, even though I know it's somewhere in the middle of my scene. But we're just gonna go with the wizard staff and move the printer cable, use the align tool, align the centers, and now I've moved this cable, centers match up. So now I can see that my printer cable. Now what do we got? How does that look? What can we do with this? All right. I don't know what the vendor made, and I'm not going to look up the product either. So we're just going to experiment and go and see if this has any bones in it. Does this actually have any bones? The printer do anything? Let's take a look at the printer's parameters. No, it doesn't look like the printer does anything. Like, those cables aren't really meant to do anything. So that means we have a little bit of a limitation, but we're going to shrink them down a bit. We're going to throw them on our cyborg's back because everything uses cables. And we're probably going to cheat too and not let it even go to anything, not let it do anything. We're just going to shove it back there, knowing that when this gets rendered, it's going to look right, you know, like somehow this cable does something to the Gatling gun. So we move the cable over and we're going to rotate it. Which way should it rotate? It'll rotate this way. You guys can see how this is like a weirdo cheat that we're like just making things happen that don't really exist or have a function and purpose, but it looks cool as heck. If I just throw this cap on the end of it, and now we've got this cool cable coming out the back. And of course, in Photoshop, we could play with this to cheat some more. Do I like that? Yeah, I do. And I don't think I'm going to mess with it anymore. We're going to go back to our products. This is still installing. This is interesting, this little piece here. Does that mean I'm going to get rid of it in post and just delete it and cut it out, let it look like just this? I don't know. But I also might add more cables to this. Now that this has installed, he's given us a bunch of cable. We have outlet plugs, we have gizmos, we have some other cables. I don't see anything. Like, I know these are probably, this is modern, so this is probably gonna be loaded with morphs. That this vendor probably gave us all kinds of ways to play with these cables. Wire ending plugs. He's got floor cables, US double cable, UK cable. All right, let's just try this and see what we get. He gave us a UK cable. So now we're going to move that with my other cable. So we'll move that new cable over with that one. And we have the new cable that must have just come out. So I assume that this vendor is going to give us, he's got to have given us something. These vendors overdo it in the modern era. Let's find our cable and see what it's got. What does it do? Look at them go. Look at them go. Huh? Look at our vendor go. Around. What is this? Plug raise. Oh, see? This is the kind of thing I say that these vendors be going in. This is like all the stuff that we like that they do. I don't know what we're doing. We're gonna play with it. Cable shorten. Yeah, let's get a shorter cable. Cable raise. Looks crazy. Cable raise. Cable extend. We don't need to extend it. Bend it right. Nope. Left is right about there. So the plug is what looks a little funky. Plug to the junction box. Need that. All right, so we got a little cable. Let's play with this shape some more. Plug left or right is fine. Do I want to move this to here, or should this go on to here, or should this connect? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but we're gonna play around and see what it does. Go back to this cable overall. Go with my rotation tool. Green axis is it. So what part do I want to connect? Do I like this? That look real or fake? What should it do? Cable do this and plug in the back. Plug in the back somehow. Should it do this? Make another plug. What should it do? What should this big old cable do? Should it plug in somewhere? Maybe in that middle piece, this little middle piece. Looks kind of fresh. Oh, that looks kind of fresh. Oh, that looks kind of fresh. So now we can play with the cable. Now that we know what that end is doing, we're going to keep the plug where it is. Because I like the plug. Everything else got to do something. So the cable is what we want to play with. Mess with the cable until it does something interesting. Cable extend. No. Cable bend right. We want that towards our camera. Cable bend left. Bend right. Straighten. Oval. Wire round. Oh, that's the actual wire itself. Oh, whether it's a ribbon or not. Oh, that's clever. This guy has gone all out. We should give them a shout out. Who did this? Everyday Cables. Wow, this guy went in. Let's look this up on the Daz Store. What is Everyday Cables? That is nuts. Who made this? McLean? Everyday Cables. Look at this. Yeah, they went in. All the different endings. Great as a sci-fi prop. These are the kind of things you just buy as a sci-fi prop. You could probably just play with just plain cables and wire this as much as we want. And just grab any set of cables and start just making them go where we want. So that's what we've got here. We've just got some real funky cables to play with. Let's reset all of our cables because I don't know what I'm doing now. But I like the oval. You don't really care. But let's leave the cable alone. Let's reset the cable and come up with an actual game plan instead of just winging it. All right, so we have the cable. It's coming this way. So we want to do what? We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. The bend doesn't matter. I feel like we're going to end up grabbing a bunch of the other cables and doing that and doing all of this work with the cables. And all this did was teach us that what we've got asset wise, that we've got some nifty cables and we don't really need to be doing all of this. He uh didn't make actual. Yeah, this is to get the cable to go in a door. To go into a door is why they did this. That was the purpose of that cable. So this is meant to go from one device to like another up a wall or down the back of something. Let's take a look at what else we have here. We have cable floor. Let's see what this is. Move it by the backpack. All right, so these are floor cables. Oh boy, this is real over the top. But you know what? Let's see what it does. Cables raised, cables smaller, cable spread. Cable spread. Don't want them to spread. Core left longer. We don't want that. Thicker is better. So we just make them off center. Don't need that. Don't need that. So this is something else, but this is going to get it done. Oh, we have our answer right here. We just got to figure out how. How do we get this done? So cable smaller. We're going to turn off the parameter settings, which is use limits. I went into the parameter settings and turned off the limits. So now when I shrink the cable, I can shrink it to the degree that would warp. And the vendor probably put a limit in on what would cause warping on his cable. But we can actually go smaller than the vendor intends. And the limit was to see that the cable breaks at a certain point. So the vendor put that in as a limit. So we don't need to break the cable, but we are going to get it to do something. We want it because we're doing this as a side view. We're going to shrink the cable in a way that it becomes something you see from the side. And this becomes our new cheat because I'm going to get this cable to lock in with the other one. We just want to tilt it a little bit so that it's got some kind of complex wiring coming out the back. And now this little plug is going to become a junction box. So we're going to keep rotating it over. Oh, we've got one loose one here. We go, do we circle? Where's the other end? Take a look at the ends. Where's the other end? The end is something you can see. I want you seeing the other end. You'll be fooled. You will be convinced that this is going to work. Which axis is it? You'll be fooled. There's another end to it. Okay, we got to get those two ends to be right inside. So we can go right about there. And then we've got to move it over and get that to be a junction and connect the dots right there at the junction. Can't see up close, we'll zoom in. But we want this plug here to visually be fooled that this is something. Like we want this and this to intersect so that when I turn to the side, you believe they're somehow interacting. I make one go in the other. And now when I back out, we're going to have all cables back there. Now that we got the cables back there, let's see what he gave us for materials. There is a new favorite material that I've got. Let's bring this back. What does this do? Is this too much? Or do we want to put this someplace else? Let's go back a second. This wire and plug. How does that fit in? Are we overdoing it? Maybe we're overdoing it. On for now. But the floor cable, I got a rubber that I just bought. And the rubber is dope. The rubber shader. Where is it? Oh my goodness, these are my favorite new shaders. I can't believe how awesome. These make everything look crazy. We're just gonna cover it in some kind of little rubber sheath. And now it's a black rubber cable with some kind of covering over it. But oh my gosh, what a fresh shader that is. And of course, you can make it light up. If I was gonna go super berserk, I'd make it light up and do all sorts of foolishness. What time is it? 8. Uh-oh, 9 o'clock. So we're getting into real time of actually having to work on real stuff. So now that the clock has run out and we are now at the point, I'm going to take a 1 minute break and go get some water. I'm gonna leave this running. So you see me get up and walk away. I ain't left. I'm just gonna get myself some water. And then we're gonna start the lighting part, which is what this is actually about. This is just the preliminary noodling around in Daz and making a scene before I start getting to the special effects and everything else. So this is almost perfect timing that we landed here right in time. And it just looks cool. It's just extra cool little cables in the back. I could raise all of these up, depending on the perspective. If this is going to be my shot and you're going to see the battle thing here, actually, I'm going to give you a little bit more. And you're going to see this battle. I'll show you again. And you're going to see this is going to be placed here. And they're just going to be on top of the lettering. Then you kind of can see where that goes. But yeah, this is what we've got for now. I'm kind of happy with this. Maybe the wizard needs a little bit more attention. Like he's getting a lot of energy. Maybe the wizard isn't getting enough screen presence. Like I should have gone back to my camera, but let's switch to one of these other cameras that I was happy with. Let's try this. That ain't bad, but I don't like that. That's not bad either. I'm actually liking this more. The wizard just needs a little bit more prominence. Wizard just needs a little bit more energy. You know what I mean? He just needs a little bit more juice in this scene. Like the cyborg is powerful, but I don't feel like my wizard is yet. Like right about there, I feel power. Head could be a little bit more turned. Like he's looking at him. And even sometimes you get a little sinister twist. Here's the side to side. Yeah, and then give me a little twist. That's like kind of animalistic right there. But this feels like power. I might even put some of these fingers out too, and let him have it and have 2 fingers out. Just do something different than what's expected. Let's create a new camera before I leave. I like this one. This one is very nice. We'll call this camera C nice. But I'm liking this. Started out a little funky, but this is going somewhere. Be right back. I get some water. Alrighty. So if you didn't know what you were watching, I do several different series under the auspices of Digital Art Live magazine. I'm one of their presenters, and I do classes and workshops based on 3D art, Daz Studio as the working environment, and all things CGI. Mostly, a lot of it is the photographic part. You know, am in the middle of a technical class where I'm going through a lot of the technical things and uh, just going through how to use Daz from a very ground basis to fairly advanced. Um, what I do is I usually set up scenes and then I go through a lot of concepts and I show some of the tools in Daz. I usually do things both under the free banner and I show you how to do things from scratch by yourself. And then I kind of highlight some of the products in the store that you know help you move quicker, get things done quicker because time is just as important. Again, I spent an hour playing setting up this scene. And of course, you can go in and mess with every nuance of every little thing, but at the same time, sometimes you just run out of time. You just do not have the time to sit and tinker and play with every single aspect, and you gotta move on. Um, this is all that, and yeah. So some of the excerpts when I'm doing a class, it doesn't really go in this format. When I do my books, I tend to have a script already, so I know what I'm doing. By the time I get to the opening Dash Studio, I know what I'm making. Sometimes I even have sketches of what I want to create, so I know what I'm sort of angling towards. But it would be a script and a story. This would have been a character. I would have done pre-production already. I would have picked out the cyborg and already, made the cyborg set up for the scene, play with all of these things, parenting things. We haven't even done any parenting. If I move the cyborg, the backpack isn't going to follow the cyborg. So if I was actually working on my comic, I wouldn't be building the scene like this. I would be getting the wizard ready. I would have done his staff separately. I would have done him dressed separately. It would have just been done completely different. And then I would have brought the characters into the stage and started following my script. But because we're just making a single image that I usually don't really do, we're skipping a lot of steps that normally would be needed if I was going to come back and revisit this character again, change the angle, change the pose. If they're really going to fight and he knocks down the cyborg, you're going to really want this to be held in his hand properly. You're going to want to have you're going to want to explore this product and find out what it can do. Should I put lights on it? Should I change some of the shaders on it? Should I put cables and wires on this? Like, what else do we have to flip every single little piece? But because we're just coming up with this shot and it's not really about this image, so to speak, we're kind of just diving in and doing things on the fly. And of course, good practice as an artist to write down everything you're doing. So you should know what cloak this is. Where did I get the outfit from? Where did the staff come from? Which cyborg did I use? I usually write down the shader pack that I use so I know what shaders I've used on this. The reason is if I'm doing a book, he might have a spaceship. And if he's got a spaceship that he landed in or some kind of attack vehicle, you might want the metals to match and know what metal you used. Or months from now, I might want to do a scene where they go to the factory and they find a bunch of these cyborgs up against the wall being constructed. Or they find one of these backpacks blown up at the scene and they begin to analyze it. You kind of want to know how you came up with the original one. And instead of always having to open the scene back up, open everything up. Also, saving wise, when I save the scene, today I just loaded characters and started dressing them live on the set. And normally I would have saved him as a separate figure by himself. This robot would have been brought into a scene by itself and fully made and then saved as a prop. I could still save from here as a subset because there's always a possibility I'm gonna do another scene in the future and wish I had this character to use. Instead of opening the entire scene and extracting it, I could just save as a scene subset. I'll show you that very quick. It'll save whatever's parented. So right now, the cyborg, where is it? The cyborg is here, but all his backpack and all these cables aren't connected to the cyborg. Those aren't wedged as one individual thing. So I could save this wizard, and I should probably start calling things what they are. You can come up with your own naming invention. CHAR is my abbreviation for character. Aldo is the original model in the store that I used, so I kind of know that this is as long as I put what generation it is at the end. But if I go to save as scene subset, it'll first ask me where I want to save. So I'm going to show you that in a second. I pick my folder. So I have a folder for this. And in here, I'm going to use the same naming convention: character, wizard, Aldo, Gen 8 male. And sometimes you want to put Gen 8 male and all of that, because sometimes you forget what is what. But now I'm just going to deselect everything else, and all I want to save is the wizard itself. And everything that's parented to him, if you look down, everything that's parented to him will save with him when I open up the tree, the drop down. So I'm just going to save the wizard, and that's it. So now I'll have a separate file that in case there's some future scene I want to bring up this character, I don't have to load it up again and pull up the scene and export and worry about all that kind of stuff. I've already saved them isolated. So now let's play again. Let's turn my preview engine on, and let's play with some effects. We're not gonna show the full thing. When I do the actual course, we're gonna go through way more stuff than this. But we're just live tonight. We're having fun. We're practicing and playing. So the staff isn't bad. It's not giving me any kind of super light in the image. And we're doing something that's really exaggerated. So I'm selecting the staff, and I'm gonna look at the surfaces. It's got the orb in the middle, which is, I guess, this glowing thing. Then we have the wooden staff or whatever it's made from itself. And you can see like that's the texture map of it that wraps around the staff. So we're going to go to this glowing orb in the middle. These are the maps that it's got. An emission color. This is the light that it's giving out in this. This isn't bad. There's a lot of ways to cheat. How do I explain this properly? We can go in here and change the settings. So I could make this glow a lot brighter by going in and changing the settings and sliding this dial up until this glows so bright we get some reflections on his face, because I'm exaggerating everything like a comic. And again, everyone knows this already. A comic is what? Nothing but an exaggeration, either the frequency or the intensity. Like when you do a parody of something, you're exaggerating the intensity or the frequency that something happens. If you're a comedian and you're on a plane and the kid next to you keeps going to the bathroom, you make jokes about how often the kid went. He might have gone twice on the flight or 3 times. That annoyed you. But when you tell the story and make a joke out of it, you exaggerate how often the kid went by you. You know, that every 2 minutes the kid was going to the bathroom. Every 2 minutes they make a joke about the kid's bladder or something. You know, you make some kind of joke and you turn it into a story by exaggerating. A comic book is an exaggeration, both in script wise, as if they have that many adventures in a lifetime. Like you're watching a TV show and every week they're solving a major case. Every week they're having this crazy adventure. It's an exaggeration over the amount and frequency of the events. And then you increase the intensity of everything. So in comic form, everything is extra foreshortened. The faces are extra expressive. Mouths are super open. Everything is extra. That's how you start to slide into that. So a glowing staff would be so brilliant, it's almost ridiculous. And I could do it by just changing the settings. You guys know this stuff. And I could change the settings and push them up, or we could do it inside the Daz Store itself. I could do it with a shader, which would be relying on vendor tools, where I've bought some shaders. I'm going to apply a crazy glowing shader. Like this is cool, this little meteor thing, whatever it is, you know, this little rocky thing that's in here. So let's show all 3. First, I turn this up to some crazy number. You want to turn this up? Turn it up. Now we see how it's glowing and it's just breaking out. So now we're getting some light effects. So that's just me making the simple internal adjustment inside the actual prop itself, where I've given it some light. You've seen me do this before. We talked about these lighting settings, but this is kind of you know, that's kind of simple one-on-one. We're going to cheat a little bit further, and we're going to create a light here. And the reason we're creating a light here is for my Postwork, which is coming up in under advanced. So we're going to put some glowing lights here. So this is one way we're going to do it, is we're going to create a point light. create a new point light. And we're going to call this wizard staff. Wizard staff. Wizard staff. All right. And I think that's it. Create a wizard staff. So now we have a light point. We're going to grab the wizard staff. We're going to do the movement thing. We're going to put our little light there. We're going to turn this off so that we're not worrying about that. Control L brings my scene lights back on. And move my staff. We don't need to make this accurate, but we will, just because. So we're going to move my little point light. I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to move it just here, a little bit forward. And I just want some kind of little reflection on the on my wizard's face. And I'm going to show you why that we're cheating. And again, this could be color based. There's a lot of ways to play with it. We're going into this. We're going to go with our surface. Where's our point light? There should be just a point. We got our color, temperature K, luminous flux, light profile. We could use an IES profile. That's probably asking too much to do. Throw that in there. Color. What we're doing. And there is a Kelvin chart on color, but you can see we're getting a little bit of blue. There's a reason we're doing this, that we're adding so much blue in there, and we're really pushing all of these settings, but that will come up later. So I'm just adding some light here, and I'm making the scene brighter. That's all. That's what we're doing. And we're going to get some blue in our render. So that's one of the things. This is setting up our post work, and we're doing it ourselves. If we want to cheat, if you apply a shader and hold down the control button, you can in many cases keep the texture that's on this, and it'll apply the shader around the texture map. We can do that, but let's show some more cheats. We're going to take off that one, and we could create a primitive, but we're not going to create a primitive. We're going to do something with props themselves, because we've shown that before. We're going to grab, this can be done with anything. I'm just giving you an example of what should we use? Does this come with a round balloon? Not really. Football. This comes with a football. I've done this before. Let's play with a football. This is weirdness that we're about to get into. I'm warning you now that this is just my weirdness that we're showing you this. But this is a little funky. There's a reason we're going to show you why we're working this way at the end. But we're going to step on the gas a little bit. So I made a football. I'm going to move the football where my staff is. He's going to be playing basketball now. Turn off our high rate preview. And this is kind of funny, but we're going to have some fun. I could have done this. I know someone from the Daz Store, someone who uses Daz is going to go, well, why didn't you just make a primitive? Because I'm not doing that. I'm not making a primitive. You could make your own sphere and done this yourself, but we're not doing that technique. I am purposely going to make a cheat object. I could have done this with a probe light from the store too, but I'm showing that I can cheat my scene with anything. So what I'm doing is going to create a cheat. And I'm going to move my cheat a little bit back, scale it down a bit. Now we're going to be doing this. This is for post work. So I don't see it when I show my scene. That little thing is hidden. But what we want to do is get a light source from it. Now, I've done that before where I can move it here and I can put the object here. Maybe I'll show you that because you guys are going to be asking me. I don't get it. Let's make sure we get it. What I'm doing is I'm creating an emissive object. This could have been a primitive. It could have been a plane. It could have been anything. I could have made it from scratch. I'm just picking a ball because I like the shape of the ball and it's fun. So this is me and what I like to do. I'm not asking anyone else to follow this or work this way. And it's not even part of the classes that I do. This is just what I like to do when I do my own books. So I've got a football that you can't see. I've got my little point light here giving him a little bit of blue on the face. And I'm going to create my own crazy light here. Yes, I could have gone to the store, opened up a vendor who has a lighting package, use a 3-point light system, thrown a rim light somewhere, thrown a fill light somewhere, put up a reflector to flash a light onto the scene. I absolutely could have done that. And it'd be a simple one click by lighting up a light project. That is how I would suggest anyone else work. And that's what I would suggest you do. That is going to be my default answer. That's what you should have done. The ball comes with 3 panels. We could care less. We're going to pick one panel. It doesn't matter. And we're going to go find some emissive lighting. We're going to turn on our iRay preview. I could have also done this with an HDRI. If I load up a fantasy lighting set, I could also get some cool light effects by using a very multicolored and active. So we're going to go with emissives. We're going to grab some emissive shaders and we're going to throw something on this ball. So let's go with a straight yellowish color. See what we get. What does this do to my scene? Let's turn it up. Let's crank it up. Let's go all the way. Now look what we've got. We have some interesting lighting going on now. Do I like that? I don't know. Let's go to panel 2. Let's counter it with some red. Red and yellow should give me a nice orangish tint. I go to 3. Let's turn up 3 all the way. Now I've got some little green specular highlights in here. The scene is now lit. We've got something happening. I don't know if I'm happy. Should we go? Now we got to start picking some color tones. Like what color do we like? Battlefield. Let's go back to this. This is going to be a lot of our orange. So do we need this to have orange in it to balance it? Or should we go with a different color? Yellow and red make the orange. Maybe we should play with an HDRI and get some sun, maybe some star. Because this is good that he's lit fairly well. He's lit fairly well. Fairly lit well. I'm not mad at this. I'm not mad at this. I'm trying to decide. What do I want? What do I want? Let's experiment. Let's go with some HDRIs and play with some lighting. Let's see what we've got. We've got dark sky. Should it be at night? Should it be in the day? Should it be pinkish? Should it be crystalline? What color works for us in this time? What color? Bluish sky? Will the yellow go against a bluish tint overall? Do we like that? Let's play with some of these sky settings and see what we get. Little too stark. That's like they're fighting at sunset. That's super bright. This isn't bad. But the cyborg loses his metal fear. I'm not afraid of that cyborg anymore. Now my light is powerful and it's overpowering the scene. So let's get rid of my football for now. Let's get rid of my football. It's not bad. Yeah, these are like expressive, but it's not quite what we're going for. You know, wasteland, sky, the orange, the explosion. How is that going to look? That's going to fit in probably better. I'm going to get the nice dark orange in here. Now maybe my football light ain't so crazy after all. Maybe that wasn't so crazy after all. So let's go turn it down. So we seem to have found it. It's just too much. Now it's just overpowering lighting in my scene. We want to pick one. Let's just pick one. What was that? It was emissive. Let's just pick one. We'll switch out the emissive shader. Pick something weaker. Well, I should say settings-wise, default. Let's see what we got. Lessen it. Oh, that boy, that gives me my green. Let's see. Blue. Green was too powerful. Blue, green. Now we're back to it being overblown. So I go back to my panel 1. Get what I want. Start playing with the settings. Or we swap to my other shader that I started with, but just turned down. So the first we had gone with was orange. We just overdid the orange. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's psycho. That is psycho. Mm, mm. Oh, that's close. Oh, that's close. Let's see. Green gives me what? Green give me. Green, will it overpower? Yes. That's beautiful, but it's too much. This is damn close. I like the shadows in here coming out. Like almost want to do like the bottom turns to shadow and the top gets the light. I almost want to do that. So let's cheat. Let's not cheat. Let's call this not we stumbled across something nice. Let us move our football over so that it shines on the cyborg's face more. And then let's edit, duplicate the node hierarchy. Let's give the wizard one too. Let's give the wizard's face one. I could have done this with a point light. I could have. That's what I showed before. But we're not going to use a point light. Point light. I don't even know how close these are. How close are these to them? Not bad. Not bad. I could have done this with a probe light. I could have done this a whole lot of different ways. But this I'm kind of digging. This is going to be crazy. I like this. No, look. No, we're not going to go too far with it. Let's see what we get. But I'm liking this. See what we get. Mm. Mm. All right, let's do little silly things. You know, the last 10% of art is the hard part. You know, like the beginning is very easy to start out with. Let's see. Beard long. No super long beard. Turn this back off. I can get this going. Want beard forward. Want that. There's wind. Beard to be a little wilder. Just enough. Flowing. Crazy. I'm going to leave it there. Then it needs to be shorter. Want the beard touching the staff, right? I like the straight hairs, but I don't want the beard. But then I'm losing that old wizard look. Mm. Beard long. What do I want? Beard to be frazzled. Frazzled. Not overdone. I can't let it take over and have your eyes start staring at the guy's beard. That happy medium. I like the frazzle here. Too right? I think I'll leave it there. You're not gonna get fixated on the beard. All right, so what do we got? Special effect lighting is multiple ways to do it. You got magic. Let's take a look. I like the stream. Got the stream. I like the ring. I think we're gonna just go with that. I don't think we're gonna put a fireball anywhere in this. Go with the stream. Use the align tools. Align them together. I've got some magic going. I'm going to move using the align tool again, aligning their centers so that they match. I've got now my ring. Now we're going to cheat again. I've told you guys about this, that nothing matters but the visual. So I'm going to rotate the ring so that it looks good to my camera. And that would be if it was turned on its side instead of being a horizontal ring. It's gonna just look good. I don't care about where it is. It has to just look good in my render. And I'm gonna change the scale of it to just look good around the wizard's staff. And I'll check my work because sometimes I could be a little retentive. But this looks kind of funky. And I've got embers around his staff. They should be like little chips. They should be little glowing embers. I'm sure they're magic embers. Yeah, ray little magic embers in here. There they are. We'll probably keep them yellow. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. But the stream is what we're gonna end up playing with. The stream is this, which looks super cool. I don't know what that is, but we're going to shrink it down some, and we want it to look like if it's coming from the staff. And you'll see that we're not gonna try to go for final effects in the Daz Studio. I can, and many people do, but that's not my goal, is to go with final. But that looks like he did something with the staff. We've got some embers pouring out behind it. And if we give you them two right about there, you're not really gonna see the embers. See the embers from that angle. Now, this is why we say we're cheating, because that's my ring. Looks right. The ring overpowered the embers. Silly cheat that you can do is you can erase something, and then when I hit undo, it'll put it back on the bottom instead of dragging it back. Usually I bring things in the order you're going to use them, but this time we don't. I don't think I'm going to have anything coming from this. I think it's going to be electricity. But you know what? We're going to reset the scale. And we don't know what the vendor had in mind, but we're going to take it and do what we want with it. We're going to change this. This could have been an overlay, which will probably end up being. But for now, we're going to throw some particles in the shot and just leave them. We'll leave some particles. This is going to get covered up by all the other effects, so it doesn't really make a difference. But then we want this. So from our framing, we are honestly like here. Our framing. I could pull up my camera, but I'm not going to. But I know I had something like this with the battle worlds in on it. I don't know if I should show the ground. Should the ground plane be in it? Probably not. Minimal ground plane. Should be seeing. These are probably a little high. What we get. So now, because of the decisions we're making, we now want to convert to a bluish sky, because this is overpowering our internal effects, and we're going to have the orange in the middle. We're going to go backwards, but the particles are the right shader. They came out, they're little blue speckles, so that's right. We're not going to mess with those or the scale. We're going to go back to our HDRI. We want something that's more Let's experiment. Let's try something with a storm. See what we get. What do we get? Oh, wow. Hmm. Well, that's close to something different. Then I could have, and of course, we're balancing act because then I could have just turned this back up again. You know what I mean? Now, like now that I have that looking that way, now I almost want to go in and increase the brightness and make it a night scene. I'm going to fight that temptation to try to find something else that grabs my attention. I don't even have to use the sky. I can replace it myself, which is probably going to be what I end up doing. But I at least want to use some of the lighting from the HDRI background because I don't think I want to make a night scene. I don't want them fighting at night. Oh boy, these are beautiful. Oh wow. I'm so tempted to just turn the light up and let it brighten up here and let this be a night scene of the two of them fighting because that would really do a lot to the energy. Decisions. I want them fighting at night. Boy, that is gorgeous though. I love this, the balance of this and this. This is when I would rotate the dome a bit or rotate the whole scene to get this to just line up the way I want. Or just know that a beautiful sky is possible and swap out the sky and put your own sky in. I think we're going to swap out the sky, even though that is gorgeous. It's just not what I'm going for today. Not right now. But that is beautiful. Those are beautiful backdrops. But I think I want something else. Yeah, this is back to good lighting where I'm comfortable with this lighting. Like this to me works. Like this, I could see this is just enough here that I'm feeling it. Just enough here that I'm feeling it. I don't know. You could do this all night. This is why I say, and I usually would spend all my time trying to find that perfect thing that jumps out at me and makes me feel like I like this. Again, he's darker over here. I like this, bringing him out a bit. I would probably have to move this a little bit to help accommodate the lighting. But this is close too. Man, that's close too. Like that. I want a lot of space between them now. Then put the battle mage small in the middle. Battle, or should it be big? Oh, decisions. That looks crazy. I like this almost with no background. Almost with none. Right there. Isn't that sweet? Decisions. Normally I think what we would do if I wasn't live is I start rendering them and start making a bunch of images and start comparing the images and see what I want and start to just play with it, start to make decisions and say, okay, this one has this. I felt this one that much. This one gave me a feel. You just don't know. You just don't know. I could do this all night. All right, let's move on. Uh, what else we got? There is. I'm gonna show you this real quick. There is lots of ways to do fog. There is 3D prop fog. There are billboard fog. Fog could be done in post. I tend to like to do my fog in post because it gives me the most amount of options to play with it. You want to get on, Troy? You want to talk? What you doing? See if he wants to get on. This is my I call him my co-host teacher buddy. See if he wants to get on. All right, I'm gonna hit you up right now. Then I'm gonna hit you up. Let's get this going. All right. What up?
Yo,
You on?
welcome myself.
There it is.
So, bought a new camera today, man.
All right. You spent some coin?
Yep.
That's what's up.
Bought a multi-mode LED light bar.
Sounds expensive.
Brought a grip tight mount pro.
Are you going in?
Oh yeah. I bought the Go Viral essential vlogging kit. That comes with a microphone, a tripod, and a bunch of other cords and stuff that I won't talk about. 2 ball heads. Right. Oh, and the camera that I bought. I'm sorry. Sorry. Not about me. It's about this 3D art. So tell us what give me a quick recap of what you've been doing. I've been watching for like maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but
Oh, you done missed it.
Recap.
I come up with this, which is a fake logo I made for a non-existent product, and I'm making something to go in front of it, to go on either side of it or be on top of it or something.
Called Battle Wars?
Yeah, and I'm gonna come back and do something that's gonna say like Cyborg versus Wizard. So down here it's gonna say Cyborg versus Wizards, and somewhere in here is gonna be that logo Battle Wars.
That's kind of hot though, you know. I mean, like, I feel like if that was in a toy store, like, kids would buy it.
Yeah, I think if it was a game, I would be playing it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could do a lot with that.
It is.
Cyborg versus Wizards, it's like simple, yet, you know, you could really do something with it. You don't got to have a plot. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know all about it right there. Boom. Let's go.
Yeah, and you pick your side, play as your character. Let's do this. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen all the time, so we're basically freestyling most of this. But in the class, I talk about how you have 3 different approaches. We could do something for real, we can fake it, or just make you think it was real. So we're gonna grab this prop, which is above the fog, one of the products in the store, and I'm going to make a fog. And it comes with a bunch of material settings. I don't know if I even care about the material settings that we're gonna play. I think we just need to demo this. So you brought in this fog product, and let's see what we get. We're gonna move some fog on the ground. And again, mostly these could be done either with like an actual 3D prop. They have lots of these that are billboards. We could post-work the fog. There's a lot of things that we do. So this is like what we did when we were playing with the camera and we went into the effects in the rendering. If you guys remember that, we did this before and we had the matte fog. We played with the matte fog setting. So again, I'm not always going to keep showing you things that cost money. This is one of those products that, simulate something with a lot of settings that you can do on your own if you play around with the settings. If I turn on the matte fog, you can play with the visibility. And it's kind of like the same effect. And you've got to play with this. But when you get an actual product, it just does it usually times 10. And there's a million options for the color of it, how it's going to work in your scene. And you could really get a lot of flexibility out of it. But that's like the high point of why you'd want to go with an actual product and do it from there. So you can see we've got my fog.
Yeah, that's my favorite part right here. When you spin the thing around.
And you see the whole set. Yeah, it's them two. It's just 2 characters about to duke it out. We gave a little bit of fog on the set.
That's all you need. Cyborgs versus Wizards. What else you need?
There you go. Well, we got
like 100 different wizards though, and like 150 different cyborgs.
Well, the thing we're gonna do is have it in the sky in the background. So we're gonna have like a whole sort of set where you're gonna see that. There's also a joke that I've got, but we're going to. All right, so you're making me explain too much. I don't know. I hope the whole class ain't here. There's only what 5 of us on. If the class is seeing this, they're gonna get a preview of tomorrow, and we're letting out the cat out the bag. So for this set, we're doing the cyborgs. Yeah, we got the fog on the ground. Hope you guys can see that. We've done the fog. So I'm just basically covering the same ground I've covered before. Let's move on. What time is it now? 9:45. Yeah, we're gonna move on. Um, you get the realistic fog effect. We have particle effects here. I think this is gonna be my camera angle. The wizard could use a little bit more love though. Um, this I'm happy with. This is exactly right. He just needs a little bit more. This needs a little bit more. Like the wizard needs a little bit more.
So what if you wanted to put him in like a swamp? Have him like standing in like a 6 inches of water.
Just change the background.
That's just like a different set of tools, just like you showed us the fog.
Yeah, it would. Well, there is lots of sets like that. There is actually um there's actually are sets. This is gonna go blue, right? Yeah. There's lots of sets that actually do that. So I could just grab a swamp and throw them in a swamp. As far as the fog goes, the fog's a separate item that can just be raised and lowered. If I put it in front of the camera, you're gonna get that overlay look. But for the most part, it's just a matter of seasoning to taste. But there is a bunch of things in this. We're gonna keep going because these are the things I wasn't quite going to show yet. But because you're here and the class probably isn't here, I don't know if any of my classmates are here. We're gonna go and show some things. So if this was a game, and again, this is all fictional joking that we're making. If this was a game, flock of birds, flock of gulls, flock of butterflies, flock of dragons. If this,
I can see this as a game where you have multi-buttons to activate the different wizard spells, and multi-buttons to activate the different guns or martial arts moves for your cyborg.
Yeah, and what would happen is that everyone has their minions. Like it's a regular video game. You've got minions. So the wizard would be summoning all things from fantasy movies and film and TV. So the wizard would be out here summoning, you know, other things that, fly around and attack. Dragons is what I'm gonna use for this shot right here. That the wizard is gonna summon dragons. So I'm gonna put some dragons in the sky on the wizard side. And then like the cyborg would be doing a bunch of drones. So I'm gonna put a bunch of drones in the air. So the wizard is gonna be summoning drones. And if you played the game, they'd be land units. So what's a wizard land unit? Would be minions, armies of necromancers. So you just sort of get this vision that, each side is using the things that they've been using. But it would just make sense that it's going to be drones versus dragons. And of course, the game would obviously be expanded where, um, you know, it'd be zombies versus wizards, zombies versus, I forget, aliens, you know? And like there'd be like that one Frankenstein type zombie thing that would be the main boss, and then be tons of zombies running around, and then the units would have abilities like you can take 12 zombies and put convert, and they'll jump on one character and turn them into a zombie, and now one of your own units is fighting against your own men for a limited amount of time. So like it's kind of simple, like the way the concept spreads out. If this was a true game, where
like it's more like a StarCraft type of
yeah,
top down. You got a bunch of wizards. You can generate more wizards, and you get to choose the kind of wizards you generate.
Yeah, well, you'd be the main character, the wizard, and you'd create witches. You could create necromancers.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so like big teams of dinosaurs or
yeah. So dragons. So dinos might be something more like, I don't know, like reptiles versus whatever. But like like I don't know what to call them, but like aliens would be a thing. So an alien air support would be the saucer that comes out and either beams up characters, which means you lose one of your men, or it shoots a beam and blows up your characters. And then you could call in an airstrike, and that'd be a bunch of flying saucers. Right. And then you'd be the main alien, the gray, walking around. And then, concept wise, as a joke, let me show you this real quick because this is a little funny. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it in post, but you get the idea. I think there's actually even a drone. I should probably do this in post and not do it now, because sometimes when you do things like, all right, we got a bunch of drones. I own a bunch of drones. A tech drone. Like, you got to know it's a drone. This was actually the robot I was looking for at the beginning of class. This is what I was looking for. So if I did more artwork from this, I would probably use like regular drones and have them on the battlefield walking around, and the minions would be like all these other type of characters. But I was actually looking for that. Here's a cyberpunk drone. This is when we begin to push the engine, and this is probably not the best idea, but you know, we here. Oh, this comes with some kind of beam. I don't know if I'm gonna like that. But we got drones. I don't think I like this beam thing. I don't think that's necessary. Emissive drone eye, scan eye, engine light, scan light. Good. But I would render this by itself and make 8 million of them. So just so that we understand, I'm not gonna sit here and make 8 million of these. But what I will do is cheat a little bit and duplicate a few of them, because that way I don't have to, when I go to post, I don't have to worry about the angle of them all being the same. So a thing to remember is that sometimes when you do duplicate something, and that's forced perspective, I'm going to shrink it myself to make it seem like it's further away. And that's going to be a little bit of forced perspective. And I'm also going to give it a little bit of a tilt so that you're just not always seeing the exact same drone everywhere in the picture. But we're going to use a bunch of Photoshop tricks to increase their number later. And just make sure they're all a little bit unique and special, so that, you're not seeing the same thing constantly in the picture. And I think this scene is small. It's only the one character and the drone, so I think I actually have a lot of room. I think I'll rotate one. Which way with that? Rotate one fully towards us. And at some point, all I gotta do is make them little black dots, and you'll believe they were drones. You'll really believe that they were out here, and I had a whole bunch of them. I could make a flock of them. If I wasn't live, I would render a billion of these or I would just count the number of dragons. I could do it for real and just make them all. But we here, we doing this now. We live. I'm not gonna go in and make it. This guy's obviously taking up a lot of my focus, so he's obviously gonna go. We're not gonna keep this guy here, but or have a big one that I can grab with good full detail and shrink it down, that I'll do. So we got the fog effect. Let's talk about one more thing. We're gonna go with an explosion, because these are all special effects. We're gonna add an explosion to this. Um, so we're gonna fix the drones later, but for now, let's look up explosion. I know I just bought something this weekend that I haven't even played with yet. I like the idea of a giant flaming explosion over here, and then the wizard gets the equivalent over here. So we'll have to just figure out. I don't know why that didn't spell right. Explosion. OS. I think I spelled that right. I'm in the product box. EXPL. S. Explosion. Maybe it's not called explosion. Wow. Let's look at what we got. Fire. Smoke for eye ray. Let's take a look at the props. These are more particle effects. I like effects. We're gonna load this up. I don't care. This is for almost no reason, but I like it. I like effects. I'm gonna load a bunch of these up. Embers on the battlefield. These look kind of cool. I'm not sure what the angle is, and I'm not even gonna go check. So we're just gonna bring them towards us. We'll throw them between the two characters. Sometimes that comes, putting one on top of something lets you feel like it's close. But I might get rid of those two super bright ones. I need these little big bright ones might have to go. And I could have done this in post, but we don't care. We have a background plane of fire. Sure, why not? I know I just bought something this weekend. What did I just buy? Same vendor. He has a fire. And sometimes you can you can cheat the system and you might find a fire in a fireplace. You could take it out from the fireplace and use it. That's why I'll sometimes go to the search engine and just put in the word fire or put in the word explosion and just find one and just throw it in my scene to just make it do what it needs to do. Have some fun.
I love explosions.
Yeah, I think like I said, the equivalent is gonna be an energy thing. Like I know, but like I said, we're gonna go over a whole bunch of options and a bunch of things. But you know, like I said, you could do a lot of things native in Daz Studio. You don't have to go outside of it. Oh, this is a great one. This is one I used in season 4 a lot. These were all the explosions you saw in the book. Like I said, you've got choices, and this is more embers. I use these embers when this. Well, I'm talking like anyone's read my book yet, but these put great embers in the sky. I already did it here, so I don't need any more embers. So we kind of covered everything we need to do. There is the smoke and fire, so an explosion here would highlight this gun against the dark nicely. You could really bring this out if this has a bright explosion behind it, and we put some and let the smoke trail off in the dark. Would give that angular shot. We begin to shape the scene into the V with the logo here. We begin to shape the scene. So this I know is going to work because I've used it numerous times. This is IRA Fireworks. I don't know if you guys need to see that. I don't know. I don't think I'm even talking to like a lot of Daz users right now. If you don't know what Daz Studio is, it's the environment. The Daz Studio is this interface. It's free software. You can manipulate 3D models in it. Basically, it's working like a movie set where you build scenes with 3D figures, you pose them, dress them, all of that. We have effects. There's a lot of utilities that can help you with the scene, help you move things around. You can measure the screen for your rule of thirds. If you're not sure about composition and how that works, there's things to help you with composition. It's a pretty um, it's an extensive interface, but once you basically get the hang of it, there's a lot of ways to use it. Like there's a lot of things you can just do that are creative. That there isn't like a prescribed workflow. So if you want to load the characters first and play with them, then build the scene, or do you want to build the scene first and then load your actors? Like there's just so many different ways to go about it. So this is Mustafel, yeah, Moose Fell Fire. What has he got? He's got a billboard explosion. A billboard, exactly what it sounds like. It is a billboard, which is a flat plane with an image on it. We have a flame cluster. We have a ring of fire. I mean, we have fog in this. We're sort of changing the nature of it. We're sort of overdoing it, but it's not bad to just overdo it and play. And when I go offline, I'll make 8 million renders of everything, so you can sort of get the idea. And this comes with a smoke trail, a contrail from a missile. So that's another little bonus thing that he gave you: a very cute missile and a smoke trail. But these are flame clusters, so let's play with those. Let's just grab first a flame cluster, and we'll grab his flame cluster and let's move it into our scene. We'll bring it forward in the scene. And now we've got some flames happening. We'll raise it up. See what we've got here is a little flame. Okay, we're going to rotate it around. Let's back it up so we can see what I'm playing with. I'm playing with this flame cluster, a circle of flame. That's what I'm manipulating. We're going to scale it down a bit. We're going to rotate it out, and then maybe we'll make it dance around the cyborg. Maybe we'll make it dance around the cyborg. Obviously, I'm going to be overloading these effects today because, well, we're doing effects. So we're overdoing everything, but hey, it looks cool. Why not? Now we've got some funky flames going on. Let's go back and find one of my camera angles. All right, I've got my, boy, this looks crazy. Yeah, how over the top this is? This is crazy.
I had to tune out for a second.
That's all right. This do look crazy. Like I said, that's the, let's shrink it down some, because we don't need this overpowering what we've got already. But this I can't deny that this has changed the dynamic again. Oh boy, this does look crazy.
Walk to fire.
Yeah, I kind of like that. This kind of makes me want to, this makes me want to show more now. But this is a little bit beyond the scope of what I was trying to show you before. But now that the now that we get this, I kind of want to show you more now, because now this is looking a little crazy.
Yeah, I like the idea of the cyborg walking through fire, but it won't be fair unless the wizard gets to walk through something.
Well, calm down. Didn't we say we were gonna give the wizard the equivalent?
I don't know. I didn't hear that. Did we say that?
All right, so let's do an explosion. So, all right, you guys understand how this works, right? This is like the little billboard 3D prop. We have that. This is this one product, Firestorm. Let's jump to another one, which is the fireworks. This is the same thing. We have an explosion. We want to put some fire back here to highlight the cyborg. So we have a regular bomb explosion. We have a flame with smoke. This one says sparse, trailing smoke. There's flames. There's so many choices. I'm not sure which one to go with. Let's go with, oh, I don't know what to do. Let's go with this. I don't know. Let's see what we get. There's just so many cool special effects, so many choices you get. I'm never sure which one we want to go with. Let's see what we got. Got to rotate it, find ourselves a good angle. This is the room on fire with the smoke. I don't think I want smoke. I think I just want fire. Prefab sparse. I think I just want mostly the flames. Let's see what we get. Oh, I don't know what I want. So we gotta turn on the preview so I could see what I'm getting. I know I want some bright flames in this corner to highlight the back, be the backdrop of the darker cyborg. I almost wish I could have it lit where he's dark, but the background is bright, like they're shadows. But no one would do that illustration for a game or something and have your characters not really be shown. No one's gonna do that.
Yeah, the whole point is to be able to see the character. And,
yeah, they're not gonna let me get away with that. If I was doing my comic, I would be able to do that and get away with it and have my character be dark again, because you're gonna see him again in the book. So
you're right. Yeah,
you're not gonna trip on me leaving it dark. But here, yeah, video game maker would be like, does this guy know how this works? That does look crazy, but we're gonna have to scale it up. We're gonna have to scale it up to be that massive explosion I'm talking about. Let's save my work. Daz doesn't crash often, but when it does, boy, do you get upset.
I can imagine.
Yeah, and you got to go back real far, because you don't remember what the last thing he was working on was. I think we need to back this out. Need to back it out, make it look like it's part of the. I might want to let it run off the page. Let's see what that does for him. This is kind of crazy. I'm liking this. This is growing on me. I was gonna throw something together in half an hour just to get the point out, but the more I started tinkering with it, oh yeah. The more I started tinkering, wait to see what we're gonna do after this. Oh Lord.
I'm gonna take this product to the next level. You know what I'm saying? What
pitch it. Pitch it to somebody. Go out there in the world. Wait to see what we're gonna do next. The next couple of weeks.
3D printer.
Yeah.
Get some prototypes.
This dude look crazy. This is coming out crazy. This is over the top, but I like over the top. This is comic for sure. All right, so let's go back to the wizard now. Let's just end with so you get the idea. There's a billboard, there's actual 3D props, we have a 3D atmosphere, We're showing amber effects. I could put rain in this. The question is, do I want to do the rain as 3D? Do I want to make it just look like it's raining? Do I want to add? We're going to show all of that. Let's go with the wizard. So, as silly as it sounds, you can either look for the word effect or magic. Both of them will come up, and you're gonna have over time whatever products you've bought that have magic in it. You're gonna find magic type props. These are like laser beams. There's temple sparks, elements of magic, magic shaders. I don't know what that is. Magic looks like containers. Alchemy and the magic effects is not IRA, that's older. Magic poses. All right, so that's what's under magic, but I'm not looking for this kind of a thing. We're looking for something to match that. So then we could put effect or FX. Both of those will work. We have confetti and nature effects. If I wanted some kind of confetti, I used this before to do fireflies at night. There actually is fireflies. Muzzle flash is another one where I could put muzzle flash at the front of his gun. For graphic intensity, I could put the muzzle flash shooting and show the energy dissipating and the bullets bouncing off. Let's turn off some of these so they don't keep getting selected by accident. I could put the muzzle flash here and have this firing, and then have this wizard staff be sending up a shield and block the bullets. There's, like I said, the same way we set up the scene, there's a million ways that this can come back as interesting. But if you want, we can do the muzzle flash and put one on here, or we could do it in post. It doesn't make a difference. The key difference is when you put a muzzle flash on the end, it'll brighten up the barrel of the gun. And we don't have to cheat in Photoshop and add extra highlights on the gun because the muzzle flash does it. So that might be the reason that we want to put a real muzzle flash in the shot. So let's do that because I'm sure someone out there wants to actually see the gun fire.
Me.
Yeah, so we'll do that. I know somebody. So I pick the barrel of the gun.
One
I
out
go.
of the 6 people or 7
Yeah.
people involved in the situation.
So if you look at the muzzle flash, what is he doing? He's got the muzzle flash, and he's also got the geo show, which is the shader, and he's also got his own point light, which is what's going to give the muzzle convincing glare. I've shown this secret before in class. When we do effects, we prepare for post work. What you'll do is add a strong light source in your scene. It doesn't have to be an actual light. It'll just be a strong light source. So that later on, when you do your post work and you add electricity and you add lightning and you add all that stuff, it's convincing in the scene because you've added the right amount of light in the right place. So if you don't, if you don't have an exploding car, you can just open up the trunk, bend up the car, and then put a giant light source in the hood, and then, or at least at the nose of the car. And then when I superimpose an explosion on the nose of the car, it will cast off the light as if the explosion was casting light in your scene, even though there's no explosion. And that's one of the things that we've let's go back to perspective mode. That's one of the things that we've covered before. So I have my light flash. I'm going to rotate it. I believe it's the top one. I never get this right, even though you would think I would have it memorized by now. So I'm laying down, and I know you're gonna be like, well, wait a minute, how come the thing is gonna be, if it's from it don't matter. The barrel is just gonna be where it is. I'll move this out in front of it. I'm gonna make probably a bunch of these. Doesn't matter. Just like you said, why is it spinning if the barrel ain't spinning? I'm not really worried about that.
That's not what I said.
Oh, you said why is multiple barrels shooting or something?
Yes, why is 2 barrels shooting at once?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have all of these firing. What you mean? I'm gonna have like 4 or 5 of these coming out. I'm going in.
Hey, when I was a kid, my Gatling guns, my howitzers, they never spun. They just fired.
There you go.
I hadn't learned that, when I was, first thinking about like that type of gun. I didn't know that they spun. I didn't learn until I got into the Civil War, and they had that first one where you crank it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Spin.
What's funny is actually I wanna change. I wanna make it narrower. Or narrow. What's funny is that I used to rock with the idea that all of them would fire at once. I still do that now, where all of them are firing.
Not a bad idea.
Sci-fi, I could do that. You just don't know if this is gonna look a little bit crazy. Like he's shooting a cigar out. I don't know if this is gonna. I kind of want to get it close to right because sometimes if your eye does draw a line, it might look a little crazy. And I don't know if I want to show like parallels. Should they be parallel ones, like 3 of them here? Should it just be the one? Should it be blurry? Should it, what should happen there? I'm not sure what should happen there. I tend to do this stuff in post, but if you want to see a muzzle flash, you should probably make sure the materials are right too, because who knows what the default was.
Wouldn't it just be smart to like do all the little things that's going to cause lighting changes, especially like the muzzle flash, like you were saying, like that's a very efficient way to kind of design your image.
Yeah, I think we should put. I think I'm gonna put the other one in. I don't know. Am I gonna keep with this one? We gonna keep this one? What you think?
I want a force field that the gun is fired into.
All right, so we got to get. All right, so then I'm happy with that. That's enough. That's enough. We gonna be cheating in a minute anyway. Let's go back to this wizard and let's figure out some effects for the wizard. Let's play with lightning effects. Lightning bolts. What is this?
Can you have zombies coming up out the ground to fight the? That's too much. Lightning the bolt. Go with that.
You crazy? We're gonna make a movie poster. There's gonna be no room for the logo. It's just gonna be all completely loaded with tons of action and characters. There's gonna be no room for anything.
I always have to like redesign all my posters because that's the first thing that I do. I just jam everything on a page as big as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, oh wait a minute, the little title was all up. I was behind the subject
matter. What do we got? These are the energy beams. There is one that we could do with this. I think that's not sure. Not sure. Not sure. Let's see what we got. We're gonna stick to lightning bolts because that's so cliche and wizardry. But we also got to make a decision. Do we want to put the lightning bolts around the staff? Do we want it to emanate? Do we want him shocking with the staff? Should it go from the staff up into the sky like he's harnessing some kind of power? Like I said, like there's just so many decisions creatively to make when you've got your freedom that you have to just make decisions on what you want. Like, what do we want to show? It's so tough to figure out what I want to show. Lightning outer. And of course, this wasn't prepped, but we're doing this on the fly. Probably kind of thing I should have looked at what this product is before I start just using it, but nobody cares. It's lightning outer, lightning inner, lightning large. Oh boy. He's got to counter. If he's got to counter the flame, if he's got to counter this flame, let's say we get to here and he's got to counter the flame. Do I give electricity coming out from here? Coming out? We want to go that far?
I like electricity.
Sphere inner,
why would you fight them
sphere
electricity
outer.
though? They robots. I guess that would be kind of effective to a robot, though.
Lightning set.
I would think the robot, lightning and wizard. I don't know what the wizard. Well, like you're kind of making him like a summoner.
Yeah. All right. So this says there's a lightning set.
Little staff there.
I should be studying these products, but doesn't matter. We just installed it. We'll play with it, see what we get. What we get. Lightning inner, lightning outer, lightning, 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 lightning. So we have a lightning set. Our lightning set. Let's take a look at our lightning set. See what we got. What do we like? What don't we like? Fireball is cute. I think that's a winner. I think that's a winner. Let's see. We've got like everything here parented. Favorite way of working. This is my favorite way of working. I don't want to work like this. No, not gonna work that way. I'm not doing no struggle stuff today. I'm just not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not doing no struggle stuff. What has he got? Inner and outer. See what this is. Inner and outer. All right, let's create a new
Something
group.
wrong.
All right, so we got a lightning sphere. And that's it. Let's play the lightning sphere first. Give that to the wizard. First, he gets that. Does he get a shield? Does he get a shield? I don't think he gets a shield. You're not gonna say that that cyborgs are being beaten. Not saying that. Cyborgs aren't not gonna be immune to robots. All right, we'll put that right in his scepter. We'll put that right in there. Like the energy's coming from his scepter. I think I'm convinced that's coming out of there. It'll come out the tip more. I'm convinced that that's coming out. Maybe it'd be crazy if his hand had some powers. Ooh, maybe. Yeah, the hand got some skills. Hold on.
What if the hand was like dragon like that going the wrong direction? Lightning bolt from his hand then.
Oh, where's the button? The one that twists the hand out. There you go. Yeah. Now we got it coming out the staff, and we're gonna have it coming out his hand. So let's pick one for the hand. That's crazy super. But let's do it. I'm gonna have to do some post work and get rid of some of the parts of that. Let's save our work again. 6. And I usually like I'll write 6 and put lightning at the end. Whatever.
So this is kind of like so one panel is the is all your layers in your objects, and then the other side are the effects that you're choosing that you're currently using.
This is the list of inventory in the store and my product library. I shouldn't say store. This is my product library. So these are all the products that I own that I could use in the product for the most part. There's a way to search by file. So I can search everything that I own for anything flagged with the word cable or is called a cable or a wire. Or I could search for products that have it in the title of their name. That's why I did like a search for magic. And this there's two panes. A smart content pane is basically things that are tagged properly in the store. But there's a ton of products that either are very old or misproperly tagged, and they won't show up under that name. So although it's a Lightning product, it doesn't show up on the Lightning. So sometimes you have to either adjust it yourself or remember what you own. And sometimes it's good to search by file so that I just pull up every Lightning item that I own. And I'm not worried about where it came from or what product it belongs to. But this is basically my inventory of things that I've bought in the store. Anything that has like a flag on it either means it needs to be updated. And if it's grayed out, these are things that I've bought that I haven't installed yet. So these are things that I've purchased in the store, but I haven't gotten to installing them. And this are things that are installed. You can sort by products. Lost and found usually pulls up miscellaneous items that it doesn't really know what to do with them. Accessories are things flagged as accessories. Usually that'll be like a staff. It'll be a button, not a button. It'll be like a medallion. It'll be earrings. It'll be bracelets. Anatomy is parts. Animals is things listed under animals. Animations is, this does light animation. Creatures, figures, hair is when you load haircuts, basically wigs. Light sets is all the lighting products. Materials is things that textures, fabrics for the stuff. Peoples is characters, poses, presets, props is all the little items. The staff could end up being a prop, or the staff might be a weapon. Utilities. So all of these things is what kind of goes into dividing up my library and how I find and sort things. So let's see, what are we doing? We're doing lightning coming out the hand. I don't know. What shape? Lightning 8. Good enough. I don't know. Like if I don't pick a wide enough branch, you tend to get like that spike. I hate that spike at the end of it, and I always foreshorten lightning because they tend to always have like this long trail and they don't really just burst out from a space. And I might have to cheat and put one of these in the palm of his hand to hide that origin point. I probably will. So let's just pick a random light. Let's pick a 7. Let's just pick 7 and get this over and done with. Is this 7? Let's pick a 7. Let's pick a 7. Let's group these together. I don't know. Let's just group them together. This is hand lightning. And that's it. I've got my hand lightning. And let's make sure I know this is the hand lightning. And this one is the staff lightning. All right, so I've got my hand lightning. And let's see what we got. I'm gonna get the rotation wrong again. Of course I was. And lightning hand. Might be able to hide it. Might be able to hide that. You might not catch on. It's got to be clear and distinct that it's coming from the hand. You probably do have to cheat and put another one in there. I'm gonna scale it down a bit. I would go over the top and keep it where it's at. We try to throw it in his hand. Let's see when it pierces his hand. So right there is hand level. And then I'll foreshorten it. Which one is foreshortened? Oh. Nope. Here we go. Foreshorten it so that it gets busy quicker, sooner. Boy, this is over the top. But okay. Move it out a little bit. We're probably going to have to delete the part in front of the hand. Get rid of it. Delete this little piece in the back. Or I got to compromise and put the lightning out some. Now that I did that, I kind of don't need to really shrink it that much. We can let it grow out. Let it grow out a bit. Oops. Let's see what we got. We got some lightning. We got some Not the hand. We still need more. We're going to take this one. Let's take the hand lightning, the staff lightning. We're going to duplicate the staff lightning. And let's make this the SPH Spearlight hand so I know. Let's move that to his hand. Let's move that onto his hand some. And pull it towards us till it breaks the hand. It's might not be bad to let it come to the outside of the hand. We should probably rotate it too. That doesn't look the same in case the geometry doesn't quite hold up. Kind of don't want it looking like else. And I'll pull it to the outside of the hand so that we get some action on the back of his hand. That should look kind of crazy. We've pretty much loaded the scene now, so I mean, we've gone very far. I don't know if we're going to catch. Boy, we overdid it. But I kind of want the flames too. Why is this a lot? But if I keep my flame to there. All right, if I get this, I'm going to reorient. I like the drones in the sky. I like that. Game logo sits here. Middle. You gotta move. Who's that? Drone is. You're fine there. You know what? This is now not gonna work if I do the lightning. So I think we're gonna have to do some cheating after all. We're gonna have to end up cheating some. We're gonna end up cheating because this is gonna end up not working. We're gonna do some forced perspective, but I just realized we're gonna have an issue with that. Because now that I put the lightning in there, all these drones are gonna end up being like for real there. Shrink some down. And it's probably gonna look a little funky. There are ways to cheat the system, but I don't think I'm gonna get to that. Maybe I will. But maybe I will. I think you're just gonna want to see this number of dots repeated. There's a way around this. There's cheats. But let's go. I think we got the wizard looking crazy. We got the cyborg. We got the flames on the ground. We got fog in the scene. I think this is it. Low camera perspective. Getting that close, just below my little extra lights. I think we got enough here. I think we have enough. Oh 07. 07. Almost there. We're going to save that. I think we're going to take one last look at it and make a decision about the lighting for the sky. And let's make one last decision on whether we're going to let the sky be dark or should the sky be light. I think we're going to go with a darker sky. I should be writing all this down. Normally, I should be writing down what lights I used. Either I could use the name of it here, or I could call it what it is and put the name of that light in it. This ain't bad. I'm going to leave these darker too. I'm not even going to brighten those up. Take a look at his materials. He's going to have render settings, which is bloom. I'm sure this is going to be the bloom effect. If you look on it, let's take a look. Let's cheat and look at what this vendor is doing before we leave. He's got tone mapping. What does he got? No, filtering. Okay, in filtering, the bloom is off. So I bet he's gonna turn the bloom on so that the lightning shows up. Bloom is the effect when an item gets a glow around it, like a blooming flower. It opens up and it makes the light cover and surround the item almost in a halo, but it glows. So I would almost believe that they're going to have render settings in there that make sure this is iRay that do. So let's take a look. We turned on the lighting settings, and that's what he did. He turned on the bloom, and this is set up for a night shot and has everything glowing and going super crazy. So we could be turning this down. and lessening everything. The radius is a little crazy. The amount is a little high. So this is a little over the top, and we wouldn't need to do that ourselves. But that's the bloom. What I've done in the past is you could turn on. What else did he do with these settings? He turned on my dome. Ground position. There is no ground. Just make sure that when you change, that's why I don't like to play with render settings, because sometimes they change things and I don't always remember what they changed. But didn't do anything to that. The dome is fine. We've got our night scene. We've got plenty of energy coming off of this. Arguably, maybe too much. Arguably. So we didn't really need that much help. But I'll show you how we could do that ourselves, and we don't need to really rely on that. Not exactly sure. This is still my camera angle. Or do I want the wizard's face more highlighted with another point light on the wizard's face? Do I want more highlight? Should the wizard's face be glowing more? I've got the blue coming off my point light. I kind of don't need that now. Kind of don't need that help from the staff. The staff has so much help itself. They're all little artistic things. I'm trying to figure out if I want, does the wizard's face really matter? Or is it just generic wizard? Don't need that. Little things. Do I need to make the cyborg eyes glow red? Or am I comfortable with that? All good questions. Let's play with the sky, though. I don't think I even want the light. This is close. I mean, I could go day for night and blue it out. Give it some blue. These are always the tough questions at the end is what do I want in my effects? We have a blue hour. Let's take a look at what these do. And again, I'm going to replace the background, so I'm only looking for the lighting. I'm only looking for what the lighting does. I'm not looking for the sky itself.
So FYI, the lag ain't happening today.
The what isn't?
The lag. No lag.
Oh, so you're seeing it in real time?
Yeah, it's pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, I think what I did was they had a thing about what was it called? They had a note in there about Chrome and having hardware acceleration set. So I turned that off and a bunch of, oh man, that is beautiful though. Oh,
Yeah,
oh
that's
man.
gonna be done.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think I love this one. But I got so many skies though. I mean, I really do have a lot of skies and we can control it. We could render it twice, and once with the sky, once with what, because we got the stuff flying around in the sky, so we don't want to obscure that, but that is tough. That is tough. I mean, this is just background info, but it is beautiful, you know? And I think I want the special effects got lost. So I think I want to turn these up. That's why he had the bloom settings on so that so that he could change those settings. I don't know if I really want to do this. I guess I do. Mission temperature is fine. The luminance, what number did he put in there? Let's put up. Oh, well, here's the first one. We're going to change the settings. It's going to blow out. Gotta turn this back down. No, it didn't blow out. Holy cow, it didn't blow out fully. So I think this is closer. Let's lower this to 8. Let's just bring it down a notch because we're going to show some other stuff in a minute. All right, let's cut it down even more. Maybe we'll I just need it there. This is just me changing the units. It's not that big a deal. That's all I did. I'm just changing the units. The lighting, like this is fine. Oh, I don't know. Because we're going to do so much in a minute. I don't know if I want to keep going. Right? How much is too much? Is that my inner? Oh, shoot, that's the inner. So the outer needs some work too. Ah, man, doesn't matter. The outer needs some work. Outer. That's why I'm not seeing enough pronounced changes. Now we got some light. Now we got some power and energy coming off of this. All right, we're gonna stop there because this now feels like plenty of light. I got my wizard's lit up face. This is official. Let's play with the one in his hand. Oh, is that too much? Can't figure out how you want to season to turn this down to just don't, something a little overdo it. Yeah, I feel like he has a chance. Just got lost. You don't think he got a chance?
He's gonna
Hear you.
See that black right there?
Forgot to adjust. Oh, had it right the first time. That's the thumb. The end bend. Which one is the thumb? Go do it, but I'm being lazy.
Have like just soaking the. Then none of us would want to all want to be robots.
The box on the game said the wizard was winning. It showed the wizard can't beat me, Tim.
Yeah.
Wizard.
You just choke it.
All right, let's cut down to 9,000. That is actually piercing his hand. In the taste before we go. Or we gotta move that light. I don't want the back of his hand glowing. Light should be emanating from the palm hand. Light, unfortunately, that's not gonna get it done. Light needs to be cut. Yeah, that's more it. All right, so this looks funky. Figure out what happened to this. This little flash. It's got it. Geo. This going. I don't even know. I'm really sweating it. That's right. Occurs. So you're not the actual item. Are you the light? What are you? Are you not? What are you not taking the light on? Here's the object. There's your geo shell. Taking the material. Log file and start troubleshooting. I'm doing something that's not taking it. Not taking the material. Wrong. It's not that. It's not that. That is it right there. Bam. Why does it not like it? There's a geo. Doing something wrong. I'm not sure what that is doing wrong, but I'm doing something wrong. We're gonna end up having to probably ourselves. I'm not gonna troubleshoot. All right, let's run some. Let's save this one more time. Is this the right even screen? This is the right screen. Wizard, legs, some flames on the bottom, flying minions in the sky. He's gonna get a whole bunch of drones later. We're gonna add some effects to it. I think that's it. Let's do a render. We should do one more camera. Call this render cam A. Render cam A. I'm gonna cut the view. We'll accept. Now we have that. We're gonna hit our render settings. Check one, render it twice. Once with the sky is beautiful, and once without. So the first thing without the sky, ground is turned off. In case ground, it'll obscure and turn my scene black. I'm probably not happy with the angle. I should probably back this more, which I'm going to do because I know it's the right thing. So I'm going to back this out more so I have more space. And I might crop it, back out the camera a bit more of a dynamic angle. I want to be just right there before my cheat light shows up. Put them in there and just take them out myself in post. Really do that, but we're cheat with this. This is enough. We got some flames on the ground, yeah, but whatever. Let's get the idea. And render B is a better camera angle. Render B. I'm going to accept that. one more time. I don't want the sky. I like the lighting of it. Environment thing, we don't need to worry about that. This is set. My is set. Have her off. In one of my class files folder. Let's put it in a different folder. My stuff here. Um, make a new folder. Can't stand that. Selected a new folder. I might hit the render button. This begins rendering. So in the middle, this right now is running to my NVIDIA to get together all the shaders, all the textures, all the memory through it. I can't remember the limit, but if it ever goes past that, it switches to CPU. So one let the computer. This is rendering too fast. What happened here? What? This is quicker. The punch, but all right. Seeing the engine produce the picture. So you're seeing it, and because I dome, it's rendering everything in isolation. All the difference isolated against a clear background, which means in Photoshop and everything transparency. I'm getting ice. The render's going way faster than I thought it would. There ain't nothing I could do about that. This does look easy, so we'll get to do some post of whatever this is. We might clean up a couple of dresses. We're gonna play that and have some more fun. I'm happy with the lighting off of this. It doesn't need to pass, so this is good enough. Now, I'm gonna let it render, and that means the clock speeds. We gotta hurry and fix this. All right, so we streamed this a bunch ago, and I forgot to work. So we're gonna work on part 2. So, again, name the Battle Wars logo. I'm gonna call this. What is it called? DLC content is Cyborg Verd. So Cyborgs versus the first thing you get if you buy the game. And we're gonna go as cheesy as we can. I didn't do this right. All right, I'm climbing, but it happens. I'm gonna group this together. Group these layers. The logo. This one I'm gonna hide it behind all my other stuff. And I have my logo and I'm turning it off. So I have a clear work with. We're gonna play. I would usually type in a Word document because I don't want things on, but we're gonna do it today. And I would type the actual directly in Photoshop. I always put it in Microsoft Word because I do it by myself until I ever see it. I end up having to do it all myself, and typos get in the book because you think you see something and you're not reading it clearly. So we need like a fake kind of text, close enough, and all the perfect text. This is a good cyborg text. The same rules applied said before. We don't use a font as it is. So the goal is to not make my font look like a font. And as I've always said, if the last thing you can do is still type, then you haven't created a logo. You're playing with text. And the first thing we did, I'm not using Illustrator, or switching to Vector. I'm not doing a job I'm being paid for. I am not creating a standard logo. I just need to switch to vector art. Vector art versus pixel art. Vector art is using math to calculate what the shape is to describe it. That of math. So if a straight line is a certain size, a vector could tell how to scale that up is, and it won't change in resolution because it's based on math. That's the way to think of vector in a nutshell. Pixels is when it's little dots on the screen. Picture, it begins to blur as pixels become less precise. That's that's between high resolution and low resolution. Vector avoids that. You can get software that will convert your image from one to the other. Has tools that can do that. And I would normally be working in a graphic program, and because this is just us, we're not going to be making a movie post. We're not going to be putting it up on the side of a building. I'm not going to worry about major art, and we're going to stick with a picture. Plus, I'm fairly happy with text. I found a fairly generic font. It looks like the word cyborgs. I'm going to convert this from text to a picture. I can no longer type on this or letters or it manually. And one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to a little bit, because instead of for a font that can look, I'm gonna this one a little bit. And I'm just gonna compress it because there's something about like the word cyber or whatever else that kind of looks kind of whatever. Subtle cheats that I always do is usually make the first slightly larger than the rest. And it should be something that can be felt. It's not really. The letter is slightly larger than the rest. Gives the first word a little bit of frame of reference. See it? It's just that's felt on the lettering itself. I played around. What did I do last time? Last time I just took like pieces of a letter and played with them. I've a trick in mind. I'm just gonna play around until the lettering looks a little different. So I'm just gonna randomly something in the middle of the layer new via. We're gonna cut. Before I cut, let's make in case I really do something stupid. So we're gonna turn off, and I've got another copy of it. I'm gonna put layer new via cut. We're gonna cut center block cyborg on top, and we're gonna play with it and see what we get. That look weird. That look weird. All right, so I have an idea. So we're gonna go edit, layer, duplicate that layer. And now I've got two of those weird squiggly pieces. Now something weird happening in the font. And now already we've got something a little weird. Test my against the background and see what it looks like. Now that looks weird. That already has a certain, I don't know what to call it. It does feel kind of futuristic. I don't want to fake it. What should I do with those? Let's duplicate these two. Right? I don't know what I'm doing, but fresh. We're going to merge those pieces together. We're going to turn off my old set. Let's put the cyborg in front. Let's shift to white. To white. That's going to work. Let's shift. That's my. Let's go with some stroking. Let's put a stroke on it. Let's give it one of my. Let's go. What is this? Where's the word cyborgs? That's the middle. Right in front of me. All right, let's give this a stroke. We switch back to white. And of course, look good black. We stroke or outline. What if you put this on a white shirt? How would it look? Shirt. So the same logo has to translate. That ain't bad. So this ring. Oh, I cut it. What I did was cut. Right. So now that if I bring this back, that the letters that looks kind of. I think that kind of looks fresh.
Like motherboard.
Circuit.
Yep.
You want the inside? You want these pieces?
I was thinking the inside
Of all the letters?
No, just the little pieces in the middle.
All right. Let's see how to do that. What would that be? 8, which is on top. I should not remember this. So this is white lettering. Is that white lettering? And you said only the middle. So I believe this counts as only the middle. So we're gonna put a black background, and we're going to select only the color. So I'm gonna select just that white color. I could go in 8. Doesn't matter. Either or means I've only selected that white pattern. I want to make a new layer. I put brush, I'm calling this, and this is circuit board. Okay, all right. There's multiple ways to do this. Do you guys want to 4 different ways? Let's go with 2 different ways. Let's go straight Google Universe with circuit board. This is do it. We're gonna do them both right now. It's circuit board and way the brushes. I'm letting you know ahead of time. I'll come back to brushes. One circuit board this is something like this one seems to be right. You want to find one this kind of futuristic and sick. This one looks sick. That's a little generic. Which one you like? This.
It's lagging right now.
Oh.
I hold the thing still. I can read one I like.
All right.
Here we go. Wallpaper and surface.
Paper and surface.
Circuit board blue sample looks good too. That's in the corner. That's all right.
All right.
It's right there. It's right at the top.
All right. We gonna save it.
Fifth one. Yeah.
We saving it now. What is this, huh?
Yeah, I think got a design you can make big.
It's all right. So we're saving it. It's a JPEG. Ouch. That's an ouch. All right. So
you like JPEGs?
yeah, is what these. All right. So we got it. We're gonna bring it in here. It's an image. We're gonna first. Let's see what the image mode is. There's index color. That's good. And let's go with the image size. Blow it out to 300 dots per inch. And we've got choices. We can either take the image itself, or the pattern. There's 100 ways we could do it. But first, let's just grab it and throw it in. We get this. Not what I wanted. Move. Let's go back to my history. We got drag. So we're going to have to come back. So first, we're going to circuit. I'm going to drag it in here. And I did it using the tools. But I think about the size, recognizable, but I think that is too small to be like circuitry. So I think we got to go to like a size like this. I'm going to go to a size like that. I'm going to pick a half of it. Maybe a copy. I'm going to take the other half because that part stays, that ending piece isn't so interesting. But we want to make pieces line up just to look at too confused. And then we're going to duplicate these two layers and then merge them together. And now what we get is a little circuit board shape. So now, it's the white part. Where's the white part? I don't know what that is. Doesn't matter. I'm going to select color range. We're going to pick this color. That gives me my outline, but I'm going to pick this shape. Oh, I needed to move this down some. That. History. Back to layers. Back to this. Turn off the selection. This needs to move a bit. Just a little bit. Now we go back to turn you out my way. Get out my way. Left range. My white. Then we're going to go back to that circuit board pattern. Now I should pull the pattern off of the circuit board. Move via copy. And I should have a circuit board pattern now that I can sit on top of my lettering and the circuit board lettering. I get that. And we could change opacity so there in the text. I don't know, we're probably going extreme with everything, so this might have to be what leaves bright. We'll turn off the black background and we get though this. So maybe this color for the stroke. This is where like the artsy fartsy parts kick in. So this is my lettering, right? That's my lettering, and the stroke is the black line around it. Like I'm stroking the outline. When I pull up the stroke, it asks me what color. I'm gonna pick up the blue from that. And now I get that. But that looks a little back to black. Maybe we're gonna do a different effect, an inner shadow. Might give me a little bit of a fineness to that. How does that look sufficiently cyborg? A little cheesy, but
I like that the outline how you had it right there. I was thinking the insides where this white would be blue color but
metallic blue. You need to use shaders. We gotta go get textures. You are wilding out. You are pushing it like to the limits. You are so extra. I gotta go get texture. I ain't gonna go get no metallic texture. This guy got me working hard today.
It's gonna be better.
Metallic. How you spell metallic? Metallic texture.
Theory.
Mm-hmm. Corrugated. A metal. A nice shiny texture.
Metallic. METLC.
You stupid.
I'm not just stupid.
Hey, you knew. You saying I found it, right?
Hey, you helped you.
You something
saw
else.
That box up.
You something else. You got metal, corrugated. I probably have. You know what? I do textures. So now I keep those. I end up buying some textures from. Where did I buy
like
it?
all of them got on the screen right now.
So that all right. You know textures from Turbo Squid, which is a site that sells 3D models, and I actually have a bunch of textures. So we just got to find that folder. Good thing I don't be lying when I do my classes, because you'd be like, "Look, beautiful." I'd be like, "This guy can't even make up something."
Yeah, right.
I could have taken that up to sound good. Let's find my folder.
I would think that if you was just making it up, we already started doing this other technique, so we're gonna finish that.
There you go.
I gotta do my.
Okay, so this is actually I bought it from CG Trader. So from CG Trader, we have all of our wall panels, textures that I bought. So this is one of them. So in the folder are different wall textures. So these are actually textures that I picked up. I sometimes use these on the outside. This is like the normal map, you guys know. But these are our actual metal textures. I think one of these light would probably fill the gap on this and just add that extra little layer. We're not going to go too crazy. Go back to the beginning, which was turning that off, turning that off, turning that off. Where's my lettering? Turning that off. Straight lettering. Oh, right. I had the two of them together make it. Right. Make the lettering. Did that work? I do that. Okay, that's what made the lettering. And then I don't need. If I'm gonna leave the blue and see what it does, I'm gonna leave the blue in, and it'll probably just. I'm not gonna leave the blue in. We're just gonna select that. We're gonna do the same thing with the shape. So this is a roughness map, but it looked good. I can't believe it. This is just a roughness map. I thought this was actually a text. It's just a roughness map, but it looked good. Well, way to go, Mr. Vendor. All right, so I got my little thing. Back to my white lettering. I select. I'm not gonna do this again. I already get this already. I ain't gonna be doing this all night. You get the idea. We got the lettering. I switch to his panel. I go with layer, new via copy. Now I have a layered cyborg print. Other side circuit. We got that. We have this. I have this back on. Turn my effects back on. You should be where? Where does that go? Where does this go? So this is on top. After I put this behind here, what do I get? What do I get? Like that. You get white line. A little bit. Overpower everything. A bit more subtle. I do that. Or I leave it heavy. Copy the effect over. Make sure it's the right effect I'm talking about. Copy the layer style. Paste it on there. Now I've gotten it back. I don't know if I like that. Let's try it on white. That does look fresh on white. Black, it loses a little bit. The outline gets lost. It looks good on white. See that again. That's enough. Clock is running. It's already.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right, so we're gonna lock this out. Let's lock this down. You got Cyborg. All of that makes the lettering those 3 pieces. So we layer, duplicate those layers, say yes, merge that. And we're gonna group all of this together and get rid of it. All of this can get grouped together. Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Turn that off. Now we got exactly our logo, Cyborg. And save. All right. On Daz Studio. The rendering is looking crazy. How close is it to being done? Bad. Not bad. This is going to be crazy. I don't think I'm even going to render the sky behind it and play with that. How we do Twitch. We rocking. We rocking. Go to back. What are we going to do next? Let's do
Wizards.
Oh, yeah. Let's do wizards. I think we're going to get lazy. I think wizards is going to be a font. Wizards is the
We gotta at least affect the in the same way Cyborgs, but just do it organically.
Let's see. Ah, what an ugly font. What an ugly font. Like, this is the kind of thing where I need, like, one of them, close. We ain't gonna spend all night doing this. Or should it be Old English font? Maybe I'm going the wrong direction. Right?
Yeah, we should go back in time.
Yeah. I didn't think of that.
That's like 3 of them.
No? That's like comic book.
Oh, I like that.
You like that?
I'm buffeting, so I don't know which one you're talking about.
All right.
That's the one that's like it's written and kind of like in.
Yeah. It's papyrus.
I want to see Old English. I think Old English might be the best. Because, you know, Cyber had a crown.
That's cute. It's like that'd have been a good for the game itself. The game itself.
That's the one you should use. The one that's good for the game.
Well, that would be for the name of Battle Wars. But we gotta find some where we have to. Oh, this ain't bad. Oh, I think like that.
With the fat font?
Yeah, I like this one. This like.
With the line through it? This one.
Well,
it's still me.
All right. Well, you're gonna see when I settle in. But yeah. That's my winner. I know that.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, my gut is telling me that's it.
Make this real big and like with a dragon head.
All right. You are really pushing like do you think they got like infinite skills?
Yes. Yes. You have infinite skills.
That's right. You just wait till you start drawing and you're the one hosting. I'm gonna be popping on and telling you what to do. Like, oh no, draw this. That's fine. So my first gut instinct is chess piece.
For like a big like jewel or something in the middle?
Yeah, chess piece. And I just want that side profile of a dragon head.
Like it's a symbol of a dragon.
That kind of thing. I think we gonna. This ain't like a regular chess piece in the store somewhere. Or do I get my own dragon and put a dragon in Daz and render a dragon head? Do I do that?
If we gonna make some money with this, you should render the dragon head.
Yeah, but we not.
Finish 5 minutes, pick the next dragon you see.
To dragon figurine. I think we gonna do that.
Like what's the reality? Like the reality is you don't really have to buy or create a 3D dragon in order to create this graphic. You should be able to just go on the internet and make the graphic and make it original.
Let's see. Where did I put it?
The dragon should be breathing fire towards.
No, crazy. No, we're just making a damn letter. The letter. Image size. Image size is 300. And we want to edit onto. Let's see. All right, so that is it. Right, that duplicate it in case I mess this up. Okay, I got my dragon head. We got my dragon. I'm going to do that. Or 18 with that. That I fix this. Put dragon on top. I'm not sure what to do. Let's go with a stroke. Let's go with a stroke over the letter. Go with a white stroke. Not sure what I'm doing, but we're gonna put you on top. Now I see the shape of the Z. And we go to this one. I think we want to get rid of all of this. Yeah. Then get rid of that logo for wizards. We're gonna go to the head. I'm gonna go in. Grab this. We're gonna go do this. All right, I got a cheat, so we're gonna go do this. Remove your copy.
Got a dragon.
Lower jaw. Then upper jaw. Here's the dragon. We should do this stuff. I'm not gonna remember. Dragon head. So we have a dragon head, and then we want to go in here, and I don't know what I'm doing. I think I want to go here. Like that. This could look goofy. I don't get this. I don't know. But whatever.
Are you a mouse to draw this?
Yeah.
Where is your Cintiq?
Next. Right next to me, but not using it. Let's get rid of the head. So you gotta go do this. There should be a tongue inside. I don't know if I'm gonna mess with the tongue. I don't know if you're even gonna see this. By the time we shrink this down and throw it in the scene, I don't know if you even ever see this. All right, we'll go that far. Do that. Drag it back. And I gotta move the lower jaw. It's gotta move a little bit. Open the jaw up. It's got to open the jaw up. Let's back out. See how it look. I can rock with that. I think I could rock with that. Lower jaw. You said flame coming out?
I'm waiting.
So
yeah, that's fresh.
all right, so we're gonna throw a red.
Eyeball, the eyeball, angry eye with a big fat eyelid on top, like a brow. Much work. Put a little triangle for an eye. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, that's good. How you made that mouth open. Did a good job with the mouse.
You're killing.
I'm just telling the truth.
All right, we got a little bit of fun now. This is this is like a real thing that I'm doing. This is like supposed to be a quick lightning for lighting, and I'm all in here making logos. You are wild. This wasn't even supposed to make this.
Damn. But you could have easily said no.
You know what? What would be the point if you're here? I'm talking to an art teacher. I'm gonna say no to an art teacher.
Oh, you do it all the time.
Talking about. That's not now. We live. I'm your best friend now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, do what I say then.
That,
with a big old eye, with a ball, in a snake-like pupil.
they ain't gonna see that. That
like a little kind of triangle shape. Make it red. Good.
I like that.
Like a lateral triangle. It's really kind of like a shape. What is the one I'm thinking?
All right.
An eye, kind of, but like angle. Yeah, now you just gotta put that eyeball. You don't need. I don't even get eyeball. It's gonna be too small. It's all red.
These letters. Am I gonna cheat the letters? Let's talk this. Damn it. I don't know what to call this. Let's call it grit helper. Grit helper. Switch to black. With we need some grit help. Switch to this. Switch to this. Ron Divine, help me out. What you got? Fabric. Try this. You got.
Are you gonna? Okay, fabric is good. I was thinking like dragon scales. I think fabric would be better. You have the S like dripping with maybe like some acid.
Uh,
Makes me think of like an environment around the word with it, like floating rocks and mist and clouds and smoke.
Be it, but I think we gotta clean. Gotta clean eraser. Eraser.
Make the space in the a diamond with the lens flare exploding.
Now you're just trying to see how far you can push me.
All right, so
I think I'm good. I think that's enough.
I think done. Right.
All right.
I don't think you should. Where the eye is supposed to be.
All right. So let's move the eye. Where's the eye go?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Yeah, so like this dragon is kind of like 3/4. So like that fire wouldn't land. That eye would land on the space that's beyond. The view. Like a triangle. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like you're fine with this. Yeah, that's a good spot actually. Okay, boom, right there. That's good. Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Everything else I would say would just be knickknacking. We could do this on the
Super Daz user says use a commercial to make sure it's not a copyright image. So I think we got past that.
way
The Z.
everybody's gonna
Figure out that drive.
be able to figure that out, but you changed it more than 80%, so you could.
All right. Groovy. Crazy with the other lettering, but I'm not gonna go crazy, and I'm not gonna also expand. No, I'm not. Yeah. Where's the grit helper? Oh, this is copy as it is. So I already did this copy. I can't remember what I'm doing.
Just to speak on the whole copyright thing, in case anybody is wondering, anything that I would suggest, like if I'm the editor, is orange, right? But if you change the horns, they probably wouldn't even recognize the shape. You know what I mean?
So we will then.
Yeah, you're good.
I think we will. I mean, we here.
No, I don't think you should do it. I think you should move on.
All right, so we got that. We got. Let's save this again. We got. Or we need the V. I think that should be a generic VS. I think I'm comfortable with a generic VS. Right?
Yes, yeah. Metallic like Iron Man.
Oh my god.
All right, like your vision is that Cyborgs on one screen, and then the Wizards logo on the other, and in the middle, this verse got to be like it can't be like a little verse with nothing about it. It's got to.
I like that zombie kind of text, like damaged.
Like it's printed, but like maybe it wasn't even printed good. That's good. Do you think you like that? No, it's too bold.
Somewhat. It probably should be the same font as the actual game has, the way the logo was. Because we're already making some fonts, but as long as we're going in, we're going in. I mean, I know I did it in between where the lettering started one way and changed. It should probably be the same font as the main title that was battle, whatever. But it also was that one that had that looked like war. Where was that? Yeah, I passed one that looked like it had like bullet holes in it. Kind of like that too.
What bullet holes?
Yeah, we had passed one before that had holes in it.
If you don't find it, whatever you choose, you should put a bullet in.
Now, I did that. That was actually it. This is it. That's actually it. That's gonna need a. Let me see if it has
spots. Artist splash
paint.
some paint.
Yeah, let's put a stroke on it. See if that fixes. Stroke color.
Those, well,
How is it stroking black, but I'm not seeing an outline around it? How is that possible? That it's getting a stroke that's black. I'm not seeing it. Now I'm stumped again. Yeah, black lettering. Like this might have to get a white stroke anyway, be on a dark background with the explosion. So these are probably all gonna have a white stroke around once I actually start on the art. But that verse is okay. But it's not I don't know, it's not doing it. I think I want white lettering. Oh, there we go. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. You're gonna see that, but that's the stroke.
I like.
Yeah, I like that. We're gonna play with it now. And if I gotta some altering or color or gray it or whatever, we'll figure that out. Let's go see what Dad's doing. set 9. We're gonna. That's enough. The image. This is Cyborg versus. Can't see my own keyboard. Cyborg versus Wizards.
The keyboard.
Yeah, it's underneath the mic. Then I got the other thing with the phone, and it's great. Let's make a. I don't even know what picture size we should. What did I render in Daz? 2400 by something. Let's check my Daz settings. Actually, I don't need to. We're gonna be even lazier, and we're gonna let that be of my image. I never do that. What am I saying? Let's open up actual size that I would use for real. We're gonna keep that open. Hope mix sizes. I would never just do it. I print template 2 pages. If you don't know more art stuff, when people say what page should etc. What I do is I have gone to I download their templates, make my comics page sizes in the size least understand. You don't technically have to do that because obviously you're not gonna ahead of time. You know what I mean? So you don't need a printer, but at least this gives you your trim line, which is the white, and it'll give you your bleed. So you know not to put your art that's important off the size of the pages. So do all of my art. I have templates first, and I have these in there. And then I also do my frame, which is what I normally put on my art. But that's how we bump into that. So I can get my safe zones going.
Yeah, I just drawn to the edge.
You a wild man, but you just might, if you're gonna put the here and here, so that's what we do. So we have a page template that we. Oh no, that was crazy. So we have like a, and of course I save it in multiple places. So that, like I just did accident, which I always name of it. At least you'll have it in its in its full. So this is.
Yeah, I always draw with this template in mind, though.
Yeah. All right. Save this with a name that even if I save it and encrypt it, it'll be okay. Also, I might change if I'm just gonna do a one-shot picture. I'll about the shape of it to match what we're doing and not work how it fit. So again, this picture goes off the edge. I would most likely this to match my picture, but oftentimes books I will change this shape to background. More room if I don't want to go with the bleed, get more room because I have all this upper space to play with. So what I'm going to do is not even worry about that, and I'm going to increase the size of the sky, letting it go past render. And I now have my picture here. So I'm going to duplicate one that was untouched and left alone. And the first thought probably the sky. I will probably make a lot of. So first, let us grab some of our text. Circuit board we don't need anymore. Close that out. No, we don't need the circuit board. So let's get our logo back in here. We have this. Good. We are wilding out right now. I have no idea if this is going to look. Layer is what? This is the word wizards. So let's get the word wizards in here somewhere. This goes on the bottom. So we've got cyborgs somewhere. Verse. The verse is somewhere in here. Got to find the word cyborgs. Here is cyborgs. Okay. Why don't I see anything from this folder on here? What did we do? What is this? I'm so confused at what this is. What am I looking at? Turn all of that off. What is this? Finish the logo? Did I save the logo? Oh, I saved. Yeah. Oh, part of me is I'm getting tired. There we go. That was no Battle Wars behind it. Top of it. Wars, and that should go behind it. Dot Wars. I would so this would be the worst commercial. Battle Wars. Huge war being the wizard versus the cyborg. Download content.
That's gonna win. Yeah.
You and your friends battle for your army while they are.
You can shoot them.
I like that.
Defend your castle.
Battle Wars. I got a damn cyborg. What did I word? Why can't I find that? What did I do? Where is Borg? Yeah, I'm looking at it, and I don't know why I don't. Oh, okay. Wallen. Now what I. That's why you should always organize your stuff, because sometimes you just like, why is this here? All the text, everything, crazy. Word cyborgs. Layer duplicate the layer. Layer merge that group together. This is the cyborg logo. CYBOG. Cyborg logo. Let's get that in here. There we go.
I'm going to be testing some sound. Okay, so yeah, I'm about to plug in a microphone. So just FYI, I'm asking you, can you, et cetera.
To the phone.
Yeah, but I just got this microphone, so I'm gonna plug it in and see if it works. I have like 1,000 microphones over here for some reason.
All right, this is the word wizards.
Can you hear me? Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can.
Does that need a stroke? There's a stroke. Stroke might disappear.
Gentlemen, are you there?
I'm here.
Could you hear me when I was talking? I couldn't hear you. I have my ideas. All right.
All right. So also in my folder of explosion, that paper, we have papers and parchment. So I bought a site called textures.com, and I bought a bunch of papers. So we have papers. So we're gonna decide.
Roll behind the wizard. A telephone behind a scroll behind the wizard.
There you go. We got grunge toolkit, change, checkered, graphics, spray paint, torn paper. We have torn paper. Paper's kind of good. Give us the colors ourselves. All right, I'll go with that. Do that. Okay. All right, let's do.
Who made the Battle Wars logo?
What happened?
Who made the Battle Wars logo?
I did that at the beginning. That was the first thing I did when I logged on when you were at. Let's go with this. Go with this. Now we don't need more. But is that paper enough? Or do I want, oops, or do I want to rather have, actually, good one. Talk about it. Do I like that? Edge. Folded edge. Do I like folded edge? Or do I like torn burnt? Folded corner does feel D-ish. I think we go with that for now. I don't even mind the peak, but it should tilt to just help our wizards out. Me looks gamey. A little bit of the wizards though. I want to go the wizards in white. I want to reverse the wit. We'll figure that out. And cyborgs or jagged metal. Uh, wizards could look good in white, but I don't feel like doing. Where do I roll? Let's see what the sky do. See what the sky do to this. Just might go to some sky stuff. Graphics. Skies. You want a little sky? It's pretty. Guys, back here.
Make a romantic sunset.
No. It's way over the top. I don't like my parchment scroll here either. That got lost. Unless I'm doing too much and the cyborgs versus wizards should. And I'm doing too much on the bottom. But this in here. Yeah.
Cyborgs.
Or do I go with a black strip along the bottom and remove do I like base sky? That feel. Definitely telling you it's at night. It's definitely we'll leave it for
Tank
that.
behind cyborgs and like Dragon laying on his belly behind the wizard. But have their details go into like white or black that the logos can shine.
Okay.
No more suggestions.
Yeah, you tired now.
I feel like the process. You know, I'm a noodler.
I don't know if I want sky though. Do I want? We're playing around. I know I definitely.
Well, the men suggest night. So, I think that's why earlier you were kind of more the nighttime scenes was like a. Control your wizard. Flocks of angry are at your command. Robots of variety. To your dictation. With laser.
All right. Let's start the Postwork. Anyone that's watching, we are now going into Postwork. So now we begin the Postwork part, which is where we go with everything else. So what we've got here is we're over the top enough as it is, but we'll some ideas. So start with some of the simple ones. We've got to brush. Let's call brush one is going to be fogger. So we're going to our brush set. We're going to put a brush goes on top. We're going to go into our brushes, and we're going to start with our fog and smoke. From forget which one it is my favorite. We're going to go with some smoke and fog effects. Go and think. See. That it? Yep. One of them. On the bottom. Oops. We're gonna throw myself. That. Bit of fog. A little bit of that. We're going to bring back my paper now. I'm going to lower our paper a little bit. I'll lower our paper down to be less intrusive. More. Tilt our paper so that we just keep the edge at. And even throw a little transparency in the paper. A little bit of transparency. So it's just there. You can just feel it. And then we're going to start to get busy with embers. So we're going to call this embers. I'm going to pick the light from here instead of picking a color myself. We're just the yellow from there. Brush. And we're going to find some quick particles. Throw some extra particles around. They're small, not easy to see, but we got particles and detailing. We're going to go to another layer. We're going to dirts. I'm going to throw a little bit of dirt in. We're going to turn this over back. I could pick a brown color, but it doesn't make a difference. We're going to go to a little bit of called. I don't know what it's called. It's called dirt. There you go. We're going to try a bit. Give the wizard a little zoom in. I mean, I know what it looks like up close, but you can see a little bit of dirt. Just dirtying up a couple of speckles of dirt on everything so that nothing is really clean. It's subtle. You could barely be doing it, but everything a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And the cyborg, we're going to turn it up a bit to give it real dirt. Let his face dirty up. It'll probably show nice against the letters and active area. And I make this very dirty, just dirty up everything. Battlefield. I did something research I for like doing that on the fly. Looking up anything, troubleshooting. I don't really need any spec. We also have what else do we got? We got some dirt. I can go on the gold crazy. So I don't feel like going crazy. But we got some dirt. What else? Dirt effects if we want. I can show some of that. We're gonna do some post to. We can cheat more. I'll show you another dark and the light. Is layer, duplicate the layer first. So before we start doing it, we're gonna have to go backwards.
Can you help me out there really quickly? Find what host
is after the render is done. So most artists. Oh, strike that from cut that out the broadcast. Render for those Daz Store or their rendering software can actually render the image completely. So that would have been if I put if I left the background in the picture and just rendered it, that would be done. But the post work is adding in the logo here, adding extra. The picture is done. So anything after the picture comes out, your rendering is post work, like it's done, but not on top. Like I said, like I'll do that in a minute. Light glows I could draw myself. Details I could do myself in Daz Studio. Daz Studio does all of this. You can do effects everywhere. It's, post. I'm doing it and done.
So
And that's
thank
what.
you for finding it for your character.
Well, not everyone knows, so it's a phrase. So we're gonna do minor things. This no one would probably know, but I'm gonna clean it anyway. I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's me. Well, I forget how to do this. I'm just gonna draw it in and move out that area. I don't know what that was gonna be or supposed to be. Just don't want an eye getting that little detail and thinking it's something. So I'm just fill that. I don't want to go too far, or else it'll still attract your. Can't. But see what that looks like zoomed out. I was gonna notice that. Keep going, but we're gonna go. All right. So I'm fairly content. The wizard cyborg here. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I'm gonna do that. We'll call this black smoke. I'm gonna go with. I could actually do it with grunge. Oh, forget. Go with grunge. With some grunge. Take that back.
Told you to make them water. An easy step right now.
With that a little bit. There you go. All right. So.
The war sound background. I know you guys probably thought it was just battle.
There you go. So we're gonna cheat, which is to duplicate image. I have a copy of it. I'm going to image the levels, and I'm going to brighten it up. Easy. I brighten it up almost to the level of special effect. I'm gonna save it because I never know if I'm gonna get this wrong. But I have my version on top. That is. Then I'm gonna go with eraser. And again, people like to use dodge, burn, all other tools for this. Just erase right on my layer. I usually leave my tool presets box open, but us streaming, you don't really need it. And what I'm going to do is erase the area and area go back into dark so that the central area gets the highlight and the back areas get the dark. And it does a subtle thing of just making the central area get more attention. And I do it so that just that highlighted area, if you overdo, tell that you did it. So I just do it just enough so that the wizard's face gets its bit of highlight. And this got to look, if I remove it, that's the scene. There's my highlight. There's my highlight. And again, people like to use dodge, burn. There's a whole bunch of tools in Photoshop for this. You could draw on faces, the area that you want with highlighters. That's what most artists do. I'm just doing that. Long as we're semi over the top, I think we're almost. I'm only doing this now because we're live streaming. That we've got a bunch of people to near ending and start to really. Let's do this. Duplicate the layers. Merge these layers, and we've got. That was a mistake, but it worked. Put it away. Got all of this, and let's put it away. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna take this picture. We're gonna duplicate it several times. The layer several times. And now I've got 3 versions to place to make another one because I usually mess this play and tinker. What I'm gonna do now is some post work, and we're gonna play around with some funky graphic tablet. I don't know, you can't see it behind me. Can you see it behind me? Is it in the shot? Okay, so behind me is a tablet, and usually I can draw this, but we're not gonna draw it. We're gonna save my work because the last thing I want to do is have anything go crazy. This is 4.5 hours. You doing 4.5 hour stream?
you doing a 4.5 hour stream. I've been,
and then don't forget I did one before this, so there's 2 more streams before this.
I'm gonna do one after we finish. I'm just setting up right now. Why I be getting so quiet? Like moving furniture.
All right, let's close out then. All right, so this is, where are we? Let's go with this one first. With filter particle shop. Let me show you what that is. This is also something I show in the classes. This is not new, but I've done. It's my first classes in the store. If you don't know, I'm Drew from the Dennis Universe, Digital Art Live. I do web series where I do a whole bunch of teaching, showing tips, demonstrate stuff. Middle of a Daz mastery class where we're breaking down the Daz Studio interface, pulling tricks out of guest appearances on it. Paul Bussey from Digital Art Live magazine. And one of the things that I show sometimes in class is a product called Painter. So I have painted a drawing program. One of the products for digital painting is one called Particle Shop. Is a plugin Photoshop that comes with brushes, and these brushes are on your artwork and they are destructive or non-destructive. Depends. This is inside of Painter. So Painter, you get shop in there, all are cross compatible, but you lose a lot of functionality when you use the scaled down particle shop. So particle shop is cheaper, it's only $50, but each brush is pretty much about $30 for the brush. They go on sale anywhere from 17 I think, but they'll go on every so often. Painting, there's a bunch of programs, this is one of them. So when I enter, it comes in as a plugin in Photo Particle Shop. When I fire it up, oh, I should have hit this. So sometimes a picture is very large and the art goes off the page, it'll pull up your entire canvas, not just what's active screen. So right now, Particle Shop by a Corel, it's a subset of Painter, and it has a bunch of brushes. So as you can see, my canvas is larger because I have all the extra art that goes on the sides. So if I crush it, I wouldn't have all of this counted as my artwork. This is to go backwards, redo, reset the tool and around with it. This is brush size. There's a pressure setting. This is the zoom on your artwork and get closer to it. That's what it's library. This is the brush tool. This is a blender tool that you can smudge one part of the picture, a color dropper to a picture from the art itself. There is a color wheel, which is this. If I need a little glowing effect, I kind of usually leave that on. And that's the color selected. If you feel, if I move my color wheel, you'll see that the color that I'm currently using. I can log on to the store and install brushes right from me. I can go and see, and now there's a sale on bundles. I can just push brush pack on sale, and that's a little nifty interface that you. Here are all the packs of brushes that I've bought. But there is a lightning strikes brush that can make lightning. I'll show you that. But first, color from my artwork. So I pick this light blue color, I give it a glow, and I'm going to draw actually using an actual brush. But my mouse is not. And I'm just going to draw some lightning to add some energy. And I can obviously undo that. If I go back to the original state, I do that. I think number of brushes. I usually leave it on 1 pixel, but I'll make this a little bit bigger. Is that my pressure? Need a bigger brush. What are we doing here? And my color don't feel right. Give me my color. Not to get in the one. Way to draw. What we got? Spider active, where this one isn't really doing it, but the drawing when I'm done, a lot of the brush built in animation. Drawing with the brush, it'll actually complete art itself. V-bolt. And like, although I'm dragging straight lines, it's actually impacting the line that I'm drawing. Spark, I use this one a lot. So we're gonna get rid of that. Some little light sparks in here. Fairly for now. You know, if you overdo it, first you don't affect, and then when you go back and look, you're like, oh my God, I did all of that. And it's like, yeah, I overdid it. But that's okay. In this pack is also Wizard special effects. or is it called fantasy? It's called fantasy. So let's pick a different color a little bit. Now we're like doing demos, but you can get this kind of an effect. There's a lot of effects in it. And you can go just backwards, crazy. You can get, here's another lightning. This is lightning off of a path. So we're gonna do the same thing, but keep this. Now my light blue color, and I'm gonna probably throw some lightning in the staff part. And now the staff is popular with a lightning effect. The hand doesn't really need more. We'll let the staff carry the weight. And now this is over the top. What else? Not bad. Now this is real crazy, but we'll keep that. All right, so that's basically the concept of what brush is. What else? I think that's everything else will be particles. There's lots of different lighting ones, trees. If you want to draw trees on the ground, add extra leaves, brushes, dust and debris, which we could have done. I think all that. So hit save. It asks it and merge the brushes with the source. Destructive, meaning that whatever I've done in here will merge with the picture, or I can put save only that when it saves, I'm going to layer of my brush strokes. All I get. So you can see this is what I added to my picture. When I slide the picture back underneath, you see the difference. And that's without, that's with. And of course you could keep going and go everywhere. Let's show that real quick. I could also, part of my post work, I'm gonna add another brush. I'm gonna call this more light. Same thing again, for example, but we're gonna sample our color anyway. Sample something bright. And I'm gonna go into my brushes, Ron Divine also happening product. These are brushes. I load these up, or anything that supports layers, a shot. It's anything that supports, and I can now have even more energy. I'll do, and I put that in, and now we have a super highlight in the scene. But these are all extra special, come with all sorts of shapes. I've done the lightning in the hand. I could have done it in and not done it in the studio. I could have done it here. All of this is just preference. I take that as a little extreme, and I so that it's just felt but barely seen. I could do the same with the effect on the brush. I just there so that it's just there, just enough to be there that you can feel it, but not so it's going to overpower the scene season to taste. More detail. I thought the cyborg had an eye. It doesn't. So let's put a flare eye on my side. One loves a red eye. Side. It does have a red. And we're not going to go to any sort of brushes or plugins. We're just going to do it ourselves. Red color. And we're going to reset our brush. I could do this with other things. There's a lot of cool tools here, but for now, I want to be quick. I'm just going to do I should probably zoomed out so you could see right the eye is, you know. Out we get a little bit of an eye. It's probably not big enough to make a difference. I'm going to be lazy. I'm just going to read the eye back in, make the eye big. Normally to be that. If I can't figure out the eye, what I'll do is I'm changing the shape of my selection tool, and I'm gonna try to draw the eye big enough to make an impression. So this is too big for close, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And I'm gonna make a big old red eye you can see from here. And now I've got my eye. I could either use the opacity to reduce the eye so that it's just part of the artwork. The cyborg has a red eye, or I could leave full resolution, go to blur. Which blur? I had a pronunciation key. I don't know what that is. Well, just the eye out so that it's barely there. Then I put a layer, and again, like I said, you can mess up your image with Postwork. We doing that now. This is the top. So over the top that we are just not stopping. Like I would hate this illustration if I saw it. I'd be like, "What's this? This is crazy." Gone so, but we got tech.
Hey, let me play that game.
Well, that's all that counts. That they
will click.
Yeah.
You will click the thingy about.
Oh well, I don't know what brushes are, so I don't have to really. about that. This is what this is, but it sounds all right. And we put we give the cyborg something else. Now we got a little weirdo brush happening with the eye. I'm gonna do this again. Really visible. It's not that you can feel that there's something happening, but can't really tell. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Battle Wars. So this is what it is. Some in 3D in Postwork to make a piece of art, a little bit over the lots of flats. We haven't even done down with filters, everything else. There's still about 6 or 7 things we could obviously what I tend to do is pull them apart and then pick and see what over is. So I tend to say I'm just gonna go do it and see what turns out and there make decisions. I don't like the muzzle. The muzzle blast look crazy. That might be an start to mess with that, but let's do. I don't like that is me making a mistake. Do I have any muzzle? Let's make any muzzle UZZLE. And I actually have some in work too. So if you don't see brushes, have any for brush? I think there's a war one. I think Ron has Ron's war. War is what he's got. Got some cool things. Does he have any muzzle flashes? Those they could be muzzles. Blood, bullet holes, dirt spray, explosion, dirt, good scopes, good scopes. Experiment, just push and see what we get. Can't be sure until you start to look crazy or not. A lot of times, something you don't think is going to look crazy does when you play with it. Whatever. And a lot of times, I'm not using it as it's intended. It's probably a muzzle. These are probably muzzle flashes. What's the shape of this? This on here. See what we get. Yeah, that's probably a muzzle flash. I don't know what that was, but it looked crazy. Had a muzzle flash. Looks kind of hot. I'm not. Let's go with another layer and give the flash. Let's give the flash some backup. And again, we're going way over. Does not matter. Fun and having fun. What is this? Oh, this is just something else. We don't know what it is, but a different color. We're gonna sample our own picture. Maybe something darker. But that looks beautiful. We're gonna go for one. And let's put this in the scene. And then we'll figure out what it is later. Edit, transform. I'm gonna put it behind. Probably shouldn't have been red. Should have probably gone with orange. We're gonna now let's go flamethrower, but we're gonna throw it behind to give it the muzzle has a little bit. I don't like that color. It's too bright. It's orange, and now it's base subdued. And I want it behind the muzzle. Maybe we should put. Oh, actually, we already did some of the work effects. So what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go with our presets. We're gonna do some cleaning. Let's clean this up a bit. All right. Undo the clean part. We go to this and turn it on it. Just clean that up. And we're gonna go to our actual the Gatling barrel. We're gonna do a sloppy selection. If I was this was a commercial project and not dealing around, I would actually go in and be precise. Layer new via cut. Call this the motion barrel. To filter it, we're gonna look for a motion blur and put some motion blur on the gun itself. And season to taste. You could either turn down the amount, down the brightness of the layer. So if I go extreme, you're getting this. If I give it just a hint, it's something that you can feel but can't actually see. So there's a way to turn it down so it's just there, but no, not really. That amount is it. Now just leave it there for now. That's close enough. But now we got a bit of muzzle action. We got a little bit of that. That little weirdness of it. What is this? Going to. I want to do this. I'm going to erase this leading edge in there. I'm not sure what that was. I didn't grab my attention, and the back end didn't grab my attention. Right, it's my attention, and maybe even this. I'll check out a chunk. And yeah, aside from everything else, there's lots of little cheats that we can do. We're not gonna do any more cheats. I think it's enough. What else? We don't need the brown behind that. I think is it. It's enough of a demo. I think that kind of makes sense. I think we covered enough.
Coming to the end.
Yeah, I think we're groovy. I feel content. I think this is enough to explain a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it looks good. Excellent. Excellent work.
Yeah, I think that's it. To pop off, I want to thank everyone that tuned in on my YouTube channel, and that's it.
So I have a special announcement to be interested in. I started downloading Daz Store.
What? Let's do it. Let's.
What the future will hold.
I think you'll be
in 3D.
I think you'll be doing 3D and drawing where everything is slowly heading. Oh, you know, I never did it, but that's okay. I didn't put all the drones flying in the sky. There should be like 1,000,000. I didn't do that, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm not mad at myself for forgetting to do that. Up in the sky, more dragons up over here, but that's everything without looking at it. This, and I should be finished it and then open it up later and take a look at it and decide, what am I thinking about going to it? What's next? But this is good enough for today. This is it. Well, we'll see. Get it open, running. Let's do it. I'm gonna sign off, start upload, and then try my.
Who's three? Thank you to three for totally ignored.
Actually, I was reading them. Damn it.
My fault for not bringing them up.
Actually, super talented herself. She has products in the actually a vendor. She's got yeah, she actually has her first hit product. Her third product was a so gonna do. But yeah, she got a skin. Yeah, she did a product which enhances the skin of the Daz character. So she really went in with the details. So she has a hit. Other than that, she's an artist herself. She's doing 3D comics of her own. Cartoon look to them, printing and putting that together.
Laughing at me regarding my question.
Over. Well, she knows that Postwork is like a thing, like it's a controversial subject. So some people think post is quote unquote cheating. Making an image and hitting the render button is cheating. But at the same, so much to get like that perfect render skill in and of itself. Do everything just in the environment. And it's like, music, we're closing out. That's like arguing that I'm gonna play, one keyboard. I did my whole record on one keyboard, so therefore there's something to it. And it's like, I don't know. I like the idea of using multiple instruments. I'm a band for that. That's what I feel. But yeah, that's what I do. Instruments. I like software in several different ways. I like going by mood. Like if I'm gonna make another right now, I can't approach it the same way and do the same thing I just did again. Another picture, we gotta do it how different. I just process right again. I can't.
Well, you know what? We could just play this
There
video
you
now.
go. There you go. All right, so let me run. I'm gonna thank everybody. Twitch channel in the description, which is Griffin Avid TV. You can catch these usually live on Twitch. I think we're streaming tomorrow. What's today? Today's Friday. Well, it's now Saturday morning in New York. But yeah, we're gonna be on. Not sure if Troy's and I'm the guest or if I'm be streaming. From the Dynamic Universe, Dynamic Streams. I will see everyone. If you kind of content and except would like to see it a little bit more serious and organized, you want to join up with one of my websites, which is located and sold in the Daz Store. Digital art go through live and be talking to me last, and there's it's a different environment when I'm actually doing presentation. Really as long and slow as some of this is. It's usually down to the meat, and but that's it. I also cover usually a lot more software products in the store, techniques in a bit more in depth than just watching. But this was a fairly close idea to how it goes. So if you like that, if you want to know where my art is, it's 4-6 is my series. 4-6. That's the comic book there. I think I'll probably get into that at some point. And I think I'm it. I think I'm good. Links in the description, all of that stuff. All right. Thank you for your support and tuning in. Spread the word. Broadcast live on. I also do post work so people can submit artwork. Just get on, kick it with the kid. Sometimes take people's artwork and I noodle around with it, not to improve it, and variations of what can be done. So if you want that, you can also contact with us and I can over artwork live and what we just did tonight, but for someone else's picture. I think that's it. So I'm going to say it for the 15th time. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I appreciate it. Please get to subscribe to the channel. The Dynamic Universe. We do have a Patreon page. It's to everything. The art, alternate verse stuff. When my comic books come out, they all get copies of it. Digital version books, PDFs to read and access. It's where I engage one-on-one. So that's it. Good night, everybody. I will see you.
Right. Thank you. 546.